it would truly frighten the feces out of people. So this is why I think that the invasion of Taiwan, while their so-called target date, according to the intel community, is 2027, I think it could actually be earlier than that because of two things happening simultaneously. One is Xi Jinping is beginning to lose his control, his grip. The People's Liberation Army is beginning to rebel, and frankly, they're rebelling over the invasion of Taiwan. That's one of their objections. They don't want to do it. They don't think they can win that. And the second is his crackdown is even worse than Mao. I don't think we understand just the extent to which human rights abuses are occurring in China today. And then you have their economy, which is in the doldrums. So Xi Jinping's been pushed into a corner. He's a cornered, rabid animal, and he could strike out at any moment, including us. And he could do that in an effort to show us that, yeah, I still got it. Or do a massive cyber attack, do an EMP. Can you imagine how many people are driving, say, a pre-19, what would it be? Probably pre-1970, maybe not quite that old. A vehicle that if an EMP were to explode over Denver today, every car, 99.9% of the cars driving right now would be inoperable. This building, I don't think I'm giving any away state secrets here. This building's not protected from EMP. Just instantaneously, dead air. Television, all the local stations, boom, gone. Delivery vehicles, no longer, delivering goods to grocery stores or to pharmacies or anything else. We live in a very precarious world, and we don't realize just how precarious it is. But this is what Trump's trying to do. And I read an article, I guess it was last night, about some manufacturing coming back, but a lot of it will be automated. But, well, someone still has to manage the automation, and someone still has to maintain the automation, and someone still has to design, construct, and build the automation. It's just a changing world. And one of the things we need to change is our reliance on the CCP.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
As we turn our attention to friends and family in cozy, warm homes, keep in mind Plumline Services with plum crazy deals on new Carrier furnaces or honest repairs and service. You'll love Plumline's mission of excellence, character, and ethics, and top quality brands like Carrier, serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Plumline and Carrier, turn to the experts. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Service at home. Servants at heart.
Neighbors you know are talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation, like Rosemary.
I heard about Galaxy through social media as well as on the radio. I wanted to have Galaxy come out and redo my back patio. It runs the full length of the back of the house.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings is not epoxy. It's 4 times stronger.
Galaxy was great. They were very thorough. They were very clean, very efficient. They cleaned up after themselves. I was very impressed with the crew.
Commercial or residential, Galaxy transforms pools, patios, garage floors, driveways, and more. And also, it comes with a lifetime warranty.
The reason I chose Galaxy is because of the durability. We've got pets, and so sometimes they do have accidents. It's very easy to just hose off. My neighbors have come over, and every single one of them have said it's beautiful.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We are out of this world.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix-it 24/7 Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system, lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39, normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This is Dan Kaplis. Our firm understands that injuries to seniors from motor vehicle crashes are often a tipping point moment in their lives, with the injuries tipping them from a life of independence into a life of dependence on others. Our firm has a long, outstanding, and provable track record of obtaining full economic justice for injured seniors. We take righteous cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please give me a call at 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
We've got a warm-looking Monday ahead. Temperatures today are going to be in the low 70s. We're going to see a little bit of a breeze at times with some high fire danger out over the eastern plains with partly to mostly sunny skies. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Spring into deals with fresh savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Stay Green or premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Lowe's, we help you save. While supplies last, selection and availability vary by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Offer valid 4/17/25 to 4/30/25.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. President Trump at the annual Easter egg roll at the White House a short time ago, talking about Pope Francis, who died early this morning at the age of 88.
He was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that.
First, for Pope Francis, he was the first Jesuit ever to be Pope, and born in Argentina with the name Jorge Mario Bergoglio, was the first from Latin America elected to lead the Catholic Church. After his funeral, mass, and burial, a new Pope will be chosen by cardinals from around the world. This is ABC News contributor Father John Walk in Rome.
The conclaves, which have been around now for, since the 13th century, are essentially designed to make sure that the voice of the Holy Spirit is heard while the Pope is being elected.
Pope Francis reached out to the disenfranchised and to the poor and to refugees. This is ABC News. Chipotle Mexican Grill is coming to Mexico. The company announcing it will be opening its first restaurant in Mexico City and that it will be opening next year. A New Yorker reunites with her high school memories and her childhood diaries, as well as her diploma, which she accidentally threw out from her mom's closet recently. ABC's Danny New with more on how things developed from there.
Comedian Tom Kelly was walking near his home in New York City when he came across a scattered pile of a young woman's diaries and even her high school diploma. So he started posting immediately, asking for someone to please help him find Syosset High School's Alexandra Durst.
People from all around the world were trying to find this woman.
Soon, comments specifically from the Syosset, Long Island community started rolling in. Within hours, this whole effort culminated with this comment, "OMG, this is me."
At first, I was really embarrassed, but now it's just funny.
She says this experience also kind of improved her opinion of the internet.
It makes me feel like there's a community.
I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks? Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time?
Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-800
Stop sniffling.
000223 or visit alanon.org/help.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Tributes are pouring in after the death of Pope Francis today at the age of 80.
If just constantly repeating that keeps you from sniffling, go ahead.
We mourn the passing of Pope Francis. May we remember his call to preach the gospel courageously, joyfully, and full of hope. Governor Polis says Pope Francis has spoken up for the protection of our environment, our planet, and used his voice to speak in support of the basic humanity of LGBTQ people. The Denver Mayor's Office wants City Council support for a new equestrian complex at the National Western Center. A public-private partnership would build a new 4,500-seat equestrian center and horse stable at the center. The project would also include a hotel, workforce housing, and nearly 600 parking spaces. The city would finance the cost of construction over 35 years using revenue from a tax on hotels and car rentals. Representatives of the Mayor's Office and the National Western Center Authority will discuss the project with City Council members on Wednesday. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
All right, still in pretty good shape out here. No major difficulties. Just keep in mind US 6. That's Clear Creek Canyon between Golden and 119. That stretch is closed due to construction for the rest of the week, and that is 24/7. It won't open until Saturday. 270's running a little slow west up to Vasquez. I-25 south coming into downtown, and 225 in from Parker. But we're not seeing any big delays out here. Nothing significant at this point. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office, it's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
Oh, my goodness.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win $1,000.
Thank you so much.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
It's that easy.
Sponsored by Maverick.
It's time to stack your savings. Maverick wants you to get the most out of your Adventure Club offers, in-store deals, and third-party coupons. So our new checkout feature lets you combine them. Join the Adventure Club and head in today. Maverick, Adventure's first stop.
Do you feel a burning, tingling, or numbing sensation in your feet? You may have grown used to it, but Dr. Anderson, D.C. from Front Range Medical Center wants to tell you why you need to get it treated. Doctor, what is peripheral neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is nerve damage to the feet and lower legs. Its major symptoms are numbness, burning, shooting pain, and balance issues.
Can it be treated?
It absolutely can in most situations with great results. More importantly, leaving it untreated can lead to serious complications.
If you have burning, tingling, numbness, coldness in your hands or feet, or balance issues, call Front Range Medical Center for a nerve damage screening. The first 10 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening, which includes consultation and evaluation, valued at $245. Call Front Range Medical Center at 720-823-0784. That's 720-823-0784 for your free nerve damage screening. Find out more at denverneuropathy.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Okay.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We start off a great week Beautiful weather, just come off of Passion Week and Easter for those of you of faith, and also those Catholics mourning, and not just Catholics, but people mourning the passing of Pope Francis. He was a good man. Anyway, there are a lot of good men, a lot of good women in this world. Sometimes we don't acknowledge the goodness, and we always highlight the bad crap, don't we? So here's what I want you to do today, if you can, for me. In addition to your problems, questions, and complaints, I love feedback. My YouTube morons give me a lot of feedback. That's instant feedback because they're watching the feed, the video feed, video and audio feed, and they can chime in instantly, so I know what they're thinking. Now, you can also do that by texting me, and I have a special text number for me, which comes right to my cell phone. And that text number is 747-999-5280. 747-999-5280. Then iHeart has a number, a short code they call it, 57739. So either place you can text me, 57739 or 747-999-5280. And the way to remember that number, I love airplanes. That's the big 747. 999, the closest to perfection I could get. You can't do 10, 10, 10. So 999. And then 5280 for the beautiful Mile High City. So, who are your heroes? Honest to God, who are your heroes?
Hey, Tom?
Yes. Deputy Doc, are you at the studio?
I suggest everybody go home and watch the movie Conclave. First of all, it's an incredible movie.
Yes.
But with the passing of the Pope, it's even more relevant. It's a great movie to watch.
Well, the movie The Conclave, while out there, the actual procedures of the conclave are pretty accurate. Now, obviously, what goes on in this drama, and I'm not going to give it away, is far-fetched. But it is a true-to-life, they say, look at the actual conclave and what goes on. So that's pretty enormous. I want to say something that, well, I don't know if I should bring it up.
Go ahead, say it.
I have a cousin, was a second cousin, not that close, but I knew him. And he became a priest at a very young age, and then a cardinal. And then he was in Rome. And he was one of those cardinals. And I hate to say this, but he was since defrocked and dropped out and started some brand of evangelical stuff. And I lost touch with him. And his brother was a good friend of mine, more so than him. But I remember the stories about Rome. True stories. I assume they were true. All right, 303-713-8255. Who are your heroes? I'm serious. It's good to have heroes, people that you can mentor, or that can mentor you, or people to talk to. People maybe not even accessible to you, but someone you look up to. So who are your heroes? Or who do you find truly inspirational? And I mean that sincerely. I like to do that, because it's been an up encouraging week. People seem to be in a good mood this past week. The weather's been wonderful. So weigh in on that. Benny wants to weigh in on a contractor who probably is not his hero. Hey, Benny, or what's happening?
Hey.
What's happening?
Good morning. How you doing?
What's going on, Benny?
Yeah, I had not too much. I'm kind of upset, but I'm trying to make it through it.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, I had this contractor referred to me by my cousin, Contractor.
Now, did your cousin work with this guy before?
No. He met him through somebody else.
Okay. Can I have the name of the contractor? Can I have the name of the contractor?
Yes. Let me go to my desk.
Sure. He hired a contractor recommended by his cousin, and we're probably going to hear some.
His name is Keith Owens.
Say that again.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Say that again.
His name is Keith Owens.
T as in
Keith
Tom?
Owens. No, Keith. Keith.
Oh, got it, man. I'm sorry. Keith Owens?
I have a southern accent, so.
No. Keith Owens, Owens?
Yes.
Okay. So talk to me about him. What did Keith do?
Well, anyway, he told me he was a contractor, but he didn't show in the papers. And he was doing work to my house. He put on the deck.
Okay.
And he put a roof on.
Did he actually finish the deck?
Yeah.
Did he actually finish the deck?
Yeah, he finished the deck, but he screwed up.
How?
He screwed up.
How did he screw it up?
Then when he put the deck, the molding, he didn't finish. He started piecing stuff together. And like the poles that you put into the ground, he said he couldn't take them up, so he left the old poles down and added to it.
Okay, so he used... Now, wait a minute. So was there a deck there before, Benny?
Yes. Well, he added on to my old deck. That was good.
Okay.
But what he did, he didn't pull up the old poles that was sticking out farther in the deck. He just added on to that.
So when he added on to your old deck, is the new deck supported properly?
Yeah, it's supported properly. But he didn't, I don't really know how to explain it, but he didn't do a good job to it. He added on, like if you put a pole on the ground, and he added on to that pole, and that pole is sticking out farther than the deck, he left it like that.
Do you have any pictures?
He took shortcut. Yeah, I have a lot of pictures.
Can you send us some?
Yeah, I can see a lot of pictures.
Okay, I'm going to put you on in a minute here. Not yet, but I'm going to put you on hold. And I want Kachina to tell you how to send us some pictures. I want to take a look at it. Have you had any experts look at it?
Yes, I had a contractor come out. He said he did a poor job because what he did to my roof, he put the roof on there, and it started leaking in my kitchen.
So it's a covered deck.
He put a bucket of.
It's a covered deck.
Yeah. Then he put a bucket of silver on my roof. It looked like it's ghetto.
Okay, so
and I text him.
So that deck is leaking into your kitchen because it's not flashed right or it's not attached properly, right?
It's not attached properly.
Okay. And so what does the contractor say it will take to fix it?
I called him and told him that I was very disappointed with his work.
No, the contractor that you had look at it, what did he say it would take to fix it?
Oh, it'll take between $5,000 and $10,000.
And how much was the deck supposed to cost you from Keith?
$3,900.
$3,900 was going to be the whole. $3,900 was supposed to be the whole job.
Right.
And now it's going to take you another $5,000 to fix it?
Yes.
Golly. So it's going to cost you more than it did in the beginning.
Right. So I texted Keith back and told him I was disappointed with his job. And he texted me back. I got his text. He texted back and said, "Benny, I understand what you're going through, but I got another disappointment for you. I'm doing a job, and I won't be able to get to you until May."
But did he say he would? Did he say he would fix it?
Nope.
Well, this other contractor, Benny, this other contractor who said it would take $5,000 to fix it, what did he say he had to do?
He had to take up everything that he put down. He had to take up the whole top and fix it right. He got to back up a little bit where Keith messed up.
All right.
He had to go beyond what Keith did to make sure
right now,
it was right.
How did you leave it with Keith right now? How did you leave it with him? Did he say he would come back and fix it?
Keith told me in his text. I can read the text to you.
Read it.
Okay. Now, I hope I don't shut you off.
What do you mean? No, you won't. Just go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's Saturday afternoon. You still not here. He said, hey, Benny, I understand that you're disappointed with my work, and you have been very patient. My utmost apologies. I know that you are very disappointed, and I'm about to hit you with some news that may make you even more disappointed. And I apologize in advance. I will not be making it out there today. I will make it there sometimes in May. I just got a big score, and I cannot let it go. My finances are not in order to the point where I can sacrifice today for you. Like I said before, I am very apologetic. As for you threatening me to go to court, I completely understand I will be present to shoot me the court date. But if you can be even more patient, I will be out there sometime in May. I updated you the exact date and time as soon as possible. Have a blessed day.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to come back with a comment on that and more coming up. I'm Tom Martino. What do you think about that? At least there's communication. That's always a good sign. I'm Tom Martino. WaterPros.net will get you the best water systems at the lowest prices. You know, that's not an empty promise. I sincerely, honest to God, mean that, having had the systems, and I know people who have them. Listen, you get beautiful drinking water, reverse osmosis. You get healthy, soft, conditioned water without chemicals or plastics for the whole house. This entire system is only $39.95. You will never do better. WaterPros.net, 303-862-5554. Don't bother eating healthy if you put lousy water into your system. That's it, 303-862-5554.
Juicy, delicious chicken you know and love is now available at the King Soopers and City Market butcher counters. Whether you're whipping up a quick meal for one or preparing a feast for the whole family, get exactly the amount of fresh Redbird Farmers chicken you need. Take your pick from premium hand-selected chicken breasts, wings, and thighs. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or any way you crave it. Redbird Farms chicken, available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King Soopers and City Market. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. This is a company that I've been recommending for solar. Why? Because they're a true solar company. They don't just sell contracts at the door and disappear like most of them. Most of them are not even in the solar business. And then the people who install it, they never see you again. So you have three separate groups of people: the people who sell it, the people who install it, the people who supply it. It's ridiculous. Red Rocks Roof and Solar unites that. They become your one source for solar. They sell it, they install it, they service it. You'd be good to contact them. Solar is a real deal, still great incentives. 303-704-2449, redrocksrs.com. If you're in an accident, the number one thing you need is information. The number one thing John Fuller does is gives you information right up front. So when you call his office, they don't have an intake committee or a call center like a lot of these big firms. You can be routed right to John Fuller and ask your questions. What is my case worth? What should I do? What are my next steps? What would you do? And then if you want to hire him, there's no obligation. But if you do, it's on a percentage fee basis. And you continue to talk to him personally. 303-597-4500. That's the real deal for personal in personal injury. 303-597-4500.
Thank you.
I went over, I know.
That's all right. Come on.
This is never mind. I don't want to say it on YouTube.
Like the Pope, go out strong.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, and I hope it's not literal, but go out.
Well, no, you gotta, yeah.
It's interesting that it's interesting that the vice president paid him a visit on the day he died. So he must have been in pretty good health. I don't know. When he died that evening. Is our version of the Maryland father joining us today, Marc Mager?
He'll be the what father?
I already texted him to
He'll
say
be
that
on.
4 was up.
Okay. The senator admits he didn't ask the guy in the El Salvadorian prison if he had any gang affiliation. You flew all the way there. You had one job.
I don't really think you want to know what my true thoughts are on that whole thing.
Okay.
You really don't.
No.
We're probably aligned.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad.
I'm worse.
I like you.
Shannon? See, I don't think they can hear me. Shannon?
What?
Yeah, I'm going to move over to the other station because it's not headphone sounds like it's raining.
Why the hell are you at the studio and you didn't come here?
All right, you're up.
I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your deep clean of your AC before the real heat hits. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Just $39 if you've never had it done. You will never get a cleaning and an adjustment and settings like this. Fix it 24/7. FixMyHome.com. Book now. $39 for new customers. You will absolutely be blown away by it. Okay. So this contractor issue. The good news, now, Benny, I'm not saying the guy's a good guy, but what I'm saying is the good news is he's in communication. What I think you need to do, though, is truly document the deficiencies so you can be ready to pounce. I think I would give him the benefit of correcting it, and I would keep these communications, do not get rid of them, and keep notes. But I think if he says after May, if that's too long for you to wait, I understand. But I would be inclined to wait patiently, but stay in communication with him, saying, giving him a list of what's wrong. And if you have to have another contractor come out, do it. But just remember this too. Many times When we have jobs evaluated, we have them evaluated to a higher standard than we hired to begin with. Sometimes we hire someone to do a job. They do it on a budget. They do it cheap. And they are going to do it a certain way. And we're accepting that way. But then when we have it reevaluated by someone else, they reevaluate it to perfection. Now, if you contracted for perfection to begin with, it should be evaluated to perfection. But if you did not contract for perfection, your price did not reflect perfection, then the person who reevaluates it should keep that in mind. Did you get what you paid for is the big question. Now, if perfection or non-perfection is not discussed in a home job, then what you do is go by the standards of the industry for that particular job. For example, if you take someone to court and there is no actual discussion of quality, you can assume, one, it will pass building codes. Two, it will be the standard of the industry, not super high, not super low, but what would be considered a standard for the industry. And number three, that the materials used would also be a standard of the industry. Many times I have this happen. Someone contracted to have a basement refinished. And let's say they contracted it for 15 grand. Bare bones refinishing. They don't like the job. They call in another contractor. And Mr. Perfect Contractor comes in with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. And he says, well, I would have done this, and I would have done that, and I would have done this, and I would have done that. Then you ask him, what would you have charged for this job, not knowing this guy? What would you have charged? He said, this is a $45,000 job. Yet the guy before him bid 15 grand. So you can only hold that guy before him to a $15,000 standard. I hope that makes sense. But what we're going to do is get pictures of this, and then we're going to work with you on trying to get some satisfaction. We won't forget this. We will mark it pending. So when you call, I look for this case and I take care of it. And so what I would like you to do is work with Deputy Doc. Now, Doc's not going to do anything right now. We're simply going to gather some pics, and we're going to stay in touch with this contractor to see what he does. And then we'll take action as we need to. But Doc, keep this in a pending file so you and I both have it. I'm going to keep it as well. So when he calls back, you know, we can pick it up. 303-713-8255. Tyler, you have a problem with Tesla. Is this Tesla the car or Tesla the solar system? Tyler.
It would be the car, Tom.
Okay. We very seldom get complaints about Tesla. What's going on?
So it's actually not the car itself. The car is great.
What kind of car? What kind of car do you have?
It's a 2015 Tesla Model S.
A 2015?
Correct.
Okay. Did you buy it new?
No, I bought it used.
When did you buy it?
May of last year. So it's May of 2024.
Okay. And tell me about it.
So, yeah, like I said, the car is great. Haven't had any issues with the car. It was actually the EV credit that posed the problem during tax time.
I don't think you get. Do you get that EV credit when you buy used? I thought it was only for new.
Yeah, no. So there's a $4,000 used EV tax credit if you don't break an income threshold, and the car is. There's a limit on how old the car has to be. And I think a mileage thing too, but you can go onto the IRS website and type in your VIN and it'll tell you if the car is eligible, which mine is.
Okay. So what's the problem now?
So I went to do my taxes, and federal taxes kept getting kicked back. saying that the car wasn't matching any records. Looking into it a little bit more, I found that you had to, the dealer that you bought it from had to register that it was an EV sale with a time of sale within 3 days of the purchase, which didn't occur. Now, the government went ahead and went.
Well, tell me what would happen if you bought it from a private owner. What would have happened if you bought it from a private owner?
You can't do I don't believe you can do the tax credit from a private owner.
So you're telling me that the dealer you bought it from, who is the dealer?
Victory Motors of Colorado.
And Victory Motors was supposed to register something?
Yeah, they have to do what's called a time of sale report within 3 days, and they didn't.
Okay.
And then the government came out. And then the government came out and said you can do it late because it was something that wasn't a lot of dealers weren't aware of. So you're able to do a time of sale late now, so that people can still get their credits in case the dealer did miss that window. The problem was the dealer offered this as an option and then worked with me to try and resolve it. And then when they were unable to resolve it, the issue was they actually weren't even registered. Whatever registration the dealership has to do wasn't done until 2 months later. So they wouldn't even been able to do the time of sale report anyway within those 3 days because they weren't registered to do so.
But couldn't they do it afterward in the grace period?
No, I guess not, because since they weren't registered as a dealer of selling this EV with this credit of, or whatever it is, whatever dealership stuff they have to deal with, they weren't allowed, they didn't do it until 2 months later. And so now the government's not allowing them to go back and do a time of sale report because they didn't have the certification to even do it in the first place.
Okay, hold on. I never heard of this certification. But then I'm wondering though, listen, if they sold you a car, those further assumptions about tax credits and EV credits, unless they represented them to you, I'm not sure you can keep them or that you can hold them accountable for that, because you have two things going on here. You have the car and the sale, and then you have the extra benefits. Did they tout those extra benefits or advertise them when you were buying it?
Yes, they advertised it, and I actually still have that it shows that the EV credit would be available. And then at the time of purchase, I asked if it was going to be able to be applied, because dealers can choose to either apply it to the purchase or if they can choose not to, and then you apply for it at tax time. They didn't want me to apply it to the price of the car, so I figured I'd wait till tax time.
I want to know, what do you have? Hold on. Let's get right to the heart of the matter. If I sell an EV and I'm not an accredited dealer, according to you, you don't get to claim the tax credit. What I'm saying to you is, unless that was part of the sale, you did buy a car and they sold it to you and they didn't cheat you. So what specifically did they say? How much would this credit have been?
It would have been $4,000, and it was part of the reason I bought the car itself. I would have looked elsewhere, for other EVs and stuff if I knew I could have.
Did they put it on the contract? Where is it written that they promised you these EV credits? Because here's what I have found out on the website. It's a used clean vehicle tax credit. It's a federal used clean vehicle tax credit up to $4,000 or 30% of the sale price, whichever is less. Yours would have been how much?
It would have been the $4,000. The car was $25,000.
Now listen to this. Roughly. This used electric EV credit, in order to get it, it must be purchased from a state licensed and IRS registered dealer. This registration is essential for the dealer in order to send a time of sale report. Now, if the dealer isn't registered or fails to submit the necessary report, You won't be able to claim the credit, even if the vehicle meets all other criteria. Additionally, if you wish to transfer the credit at the point of sale to reduce the purchase price, the dealer must also be registered. So you're out of luck here. Now is this a breach of contract or not? I mean, feel free to chime in, any of you.
Well, I was going to ask Tyler, what written evidence do you have to support the position that
they promised
the dealer made this promise?
That's what I keep asking.
Is there anything you've got in writing? It sounds like Tyler has something in writing.
What do you have in writing?
So I haven't looked at I just got through figuring some of this out this past weekend, so I haven't pulled out my contract with the car yet.
Yeah, $4,000 is a lot of money.
I have. Yeah. But I have the fact that they offered it as something that would help me buy the car, right? It was basically a false advertisement that, if you buy this car, you'll get $4,000 credit. I have follow-up emails
Wait. If they did advertise it, did they advertise a $4,000 tax credit? What did they add? I need to know what you relied on. What did you rely on?
So their website, which I still have, you can still look it up, shows that the car is eligible for the $4,000 tax credit.
How does it show it? How does it show it?
I can pull it up real quick. It says $4,000 tax credit available.
Oh, really? Really? Huh.
Yep, right underneath the name. So right now it says 2015 Tesla Model S P85D. It shows it being sold, so it says sold on their website.
Hold on, I got some ideas for you. Hanging on. I want you to send that to us. I'm Tom Martino. I got some ideas. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. K&H Home Solutions now has painters available. Yes, K&H Painter Pros. You can rely on them. 303-421-7100.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
I-70, 270 up through Vasquez on the westbound side, I-25 south coming into downtown. Also through about Spears, just slight slowdowns in those areas. Freeways are fairly light out here. No major problem spots. We've had construction at a Highlands Ranch along Santa Fe. It's going to be northbound from, looks like Highlands Ranch Parkway to C470. Foothills Drive looks better for us. We had earlier problems out of Georgetown. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how Crayola crayons came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
So I love Mitch Floria and the Art of Granite. I met him so many years ago, and he was just starting out. What a great company he has built. He has made his foundation wholesale on all materials for people who want countertops, whether natural stone or man-made. He's also made his hallmark on tear out and haul away being totally free, and incentives like free edge treatment or free backsplashes, maybe free sinks, free vanity in the bathroom when you have the kitchen done, and incentives with 25% off labor. Call him and find out the incentive and your price on the phone. He's the only one who quotes on the phone. Call him, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. You know, I think I have to do John Fuller because he is so cool at what he does. People have called me and said, I've called John Fuller. And he was exactly as you described. He answered all of my questions about my accident. And then I went on and searched for other attorneys. I finally ended up coming back to Fuller, but there was never a pressure. It was so good to get all the information I needed. And that's what he does. No other attorneys do that before you hire them. John Fuller does. Call him at the first sign of an injury or suspected injury and an auto accident, whether for you or a loved one or one of your passengers. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Okay, did I screw that up?
Screw what up? Did I have another one?
Did you do Art of Granite and retirement planning?
No, I did retirement plan. No, I did the Art of Granite. And so let's just put. That was the 10:30 break. Let me. Do you want me to come back and do it, or I'll do it in content? You want me to do that to just make it good? I'm sorry, man. I read the wrong line. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
So you want me? So what did I do that was extra?
You did an extra fuller.
So if we have a fuller, do we have a fuller coming up?
No, we did. We already did that one.
Okay. So now I'll just do this in content. RP Center.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right.
Is this a general contractor? Nope, I'm not the one that you need to explain it to. I just need to know you have an issue with handyman. Sir, is that okay? All right, hang on for me.
I got a list of heroes from people. Okay, so always do things in protection. Say, and look.
Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions.
Oh, we're getting some calls, Doc.
We just offered our thoughts on the most recent episode of the How to Money podcast. Let's say you do live in a state that gives you a tax break on $529. That's great, but don't invest those dollars once you put them in. We're all about investing in a 5% plan. Typically, right, you want that tax advantage money to grow. But as you get close to needing to spend the money, de-risking is crucial. In uncertain financial times, How to Money is here to help. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today. Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation. Like your neighbor Jerry.
When we first started looking for this option, we went to the internet. Really, we did choose Galaxy, and definitely happy that we need to know what you relied on. What did you rely on? Decided we loved it so much. We had them out about 11 months later. I got some ideas for you. Hey, I want you to send that to us. I'm Tom Martino.
And it comes with a lifetime warranty.
The crews of Galaxy were great. They actually cared about my property. Very functional, knowledgeable.
How does it show it? Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage doors, driveways, and around pools.
I'm 100% satisfied. It's not slippery.
Did you rely
I'm very impressed with the product. It's amazing that I don't burn my feet in my 6-year-old fall.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook. GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This text here says, who are the people you recommend for retirement planning? What do they actually do? Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. And they're not the only game in town, but what they do is they take a look at the entire plan, rpcenter.com. What I mean is, like if you have a 401k, an IRA, and all these elements, and I had them, and I even have a wealth management company, but they helped me put my ducks in a row when it came to my estate plan, my will, my long-term care insurance, and all the other things. And they kind of become a coach in retirement. But the best thing for you to do is just call them if you have a question. Okay? And that one is, so if you call them, it's 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. Then I had another question about recover your hair. Tom, honest to God, do you truly believe you can go to Istanbul, Turkey, and get a hair transplant similar to the U.S.? Yes. They are MDs, medical doctors. They are accepted. They have the same exact procedures. And they do. You know, a lot of times, sometimes these inquiries about sponsors, I think, are try to trip me up or to see if I really believe in them. But recoveryourhair.com, it's coupled with a trip to Istanbul, Turkey. You can make that trip a few days or a week, whatever you want. You only need the day for the surgery and the day after for the follow-up. Then you can decide. And yes, you save money. Now, obviously, if you stayed a month, you're not going to save money, right? But the procedures are so inexpensive compared to here. And I'm not saying here is bad, okay? If you want to spend more money, go ahead and do it. So let's go back to the phones. And now, the one with the Tesla, was he sending us, did he send us the ad, Kachina? Did he send us?
Hold on, I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay, good. Then I'm going to go to our next call. Austin's been waiting a while. Austin, tell me what's going on with you. And I'm going to get to all of your calls, so please hang on. Austin, what's going on?
Hey, studio, how you doing this morning? I guess it's morning for y'all. I'm out in Georgia.
You're out in Georgia. Well, welcome from Georgia. I have some friends out in Georgia. What part of Georgia are you in?
Southeast, Kingsland, Georgia.
Okay. So listen, what's going on, Austin?
So my son is out in Colorado Springs. He's making a go of it. He's 19. So we sent him to his car that he currently has is getting some transmission issues. So we're like, you know what, let's head this off before it becomes a big problem. Go down, we'll co-sign for a car. We still send him to Phil Long Hyundai in Colorado Springs. We get all the paperwork done up, and it takes over a week, which I've bought quite a few cars. I've never had a car take a week.
No, I never did either. But Austin, this was a Phil Long in Colorado Springs?
Yes, sir.
And it's a used car?
Yes.
What kind?
A 2015 VW Golf.
Okay. Now,
2015
did your son
Golf.
arrange
Yeah.
to have that checked out by one of our trusted mechanics?
You know, they gave him a clean bill, and we were going to have it towed off the lot.
I guarantee you, if it was used, they did not give him a clean bill. When you say a clean bill, was it as is?
Yes.
That's not a clean bill. That's exactly the opposite.
No. Right.
So keep going.
So it takes a week. One night he gets to go pick it up. He gets it. He gets on the interstate, and 20 minutes later, the motor blows up.
Hold on. I'll be right back to you, man. This is sad.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Thank you, Shannon.
Heard by Our American Story.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
We're looking pretty good here in the city. Some slowdowns that will include Pena from Tower heading back to 56, then opening up to I-70. 270 up through Vasquez on the westbound side, I-25 south coming into downtown. Also through about Spirit. Just slight slowdowns in those areas. Freeways are fairly light out here. No major problem spots. We've had construction out of Highlands Ranch.
For you to take a break.
From looks like Highland Trans
So I'm
Parkway
going to do
to
American Financing
C470.
last.
Foothills Drive looks better for us. We had earlier problems.
Then you can do the
down with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how Crayola crayons came to be. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, when you're looking to get into the world of investing, it can be overwhelming. I like Joe Ciano and Jordan Ciano and their team, becomethebanker.org. Now, that's a system where you can do a few $100 a month for life insurance. And then you overfund it when you can. Part of that 200 is overfunding it, but then you can do a little more and it becomes a cash value that grows tax-free. What Joe has developed is a plan to take this tax-free account and use it through your life to borrow from and pay back with interest to even make it grow more until it becomes a retirement account. And you can take it out tax-free. Find out more. It's really ingenious, low risk, conservative, and safe. Becomethebanker.org. That's 303-770-6600. That's Become the Banker. And it's a system that I've seen people use, and it absolutely works. That's 303-779-6600. I've partnered with American Financing, true story. You know, I talked to Ryan and Damien over there, and their entire team are set up to help people now more than ever get out of high interest debt. Credit cards are abusive, and home equity loans are not that bad. In fact, they're way, way cheaper than what you're paying on the credit card. So here's the deal. They've come up with a free look, no upfront fees, nothing. They will give you all the information you need to get out of high interest debt by using a smart equity loan. Sometimes you can be qualified on just a bank account. I want you to find out more. Or you may want to get a complete refi. Here's the idea. Get out of high interest debt, then you have breathing room. And if you want, you can then pay extra on that credit card part. But at least you're not under the gun and your credit immediately improves. 303-695-7000. Start your path to financial freedom. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
Fabulous.
Yeah, that was a little documentary. I get carried away sometimes.
I didn't know you're also diagnosed with clock blindness.
Hey, you son of a bitch bastard mother. Never mind. I'm just going to give you this one.
Gonna be surprised where the big hand is.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, look who decided to join us.
How's it sound? Am I okay? Are we good?
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah.
Do you want a little more?
Hey, listen, this thing isn't winning any awards. Just slow down.
What?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
Tommy!
Yes, I'm sorry. Once I get that going, it has to go all the way. Now it's done. Hello, brother. What? You got your camera on? I want to see your ugly face.
Did he?
No, we got up early. I had to go get our bus this morning. I just got back.
So what was up with the bus?
New roof or new what do you call it?
Did you have wait?
Just
Did you
shit
have
we do before we go on the road?
Did you have what you call it? Do it, Mark Szymanski?
No. RV place in Commerce City.
You know, I talked to Mark about it, and he said the stuff he has would have worked. 1,000.
Well, it's getting the old tape off. That's the bitch. That's what costs the money.
Oh, you can't cover it over?
True with my hostages.
No, it got to the point where I've done that for 3 years. It was time to get down to the nitty gritty, and I was not going to do it myself.
All right.
I bet they had 20 hours of labor getting that shit off.
Yeah, but you know what? That's a beautiful coach. You'll have it for years to come. There's never a reason to upgrade that motherfucker. If anything, you're going to downgrade so you and Suze can drive it, because as you get older, your judgment's going to go.
No shit.
No. I'll buy the Tesla one that drives itself.
Oh, man, could you imagine if they had that? Holy shit. Hey, listen, why can't they put that drive technology in any kind of vehicle? It doesn't have to be an EV.
They're working on trucks, on semis, right?
Well, I think Tesla has.
Yeah, they do have it in semis.
In fact, they've tested it cross country.
Tesla semi.
Yeah, but they don't do what do you call it, unmanned. Not yet.
That would be the easy part for
They
us.
hope to someday have tractor trailers cross country without drivers.
Yeah.
can't
I don't
wait.
think that's long off.
I
Hey,
can't-
what's this issue with Tesla?
Oh, it's not a big deal.
Something's
It has
wrong with
nothing
the
to do with Tesla.
financing.
Has nothing to do with the car.
Oh.
It has to do with, it's really a good problem, though. I mean, I think he has an issue that he can get help with.
What is it?
Well,
You'll find out in a second.
I'll tell you on the air. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, I got 2 problems pending, and I'm going to take both of them. First of all, Tyler, we're working on that behind the scenes. He bought a car from a dealer that was not registered to sell used EVs. If you're not registered to sell used EVs, then the customer cannot claim the available tax credits. We'll talk about that on the other side of the news. Now, Austin, your issue with service, here's what I need to know. Your 19-year-old bought from Phil Long on 2015 VW Golf, as is. 20 minutes after he picked it up, the engine blew up. Normally I say as is, whereas tough crap. But we got to explore this 20 minutes because that reeks of a pre-existing condition, and I'm wondering if they held it or lied or covered it up. So hang on for that too. More coming up, plus your calls at 303-MARTINO.
Well
Did
done.
he think he was getting a
Now, Mark,
a rebate?
here's what happened. He went to buy this 2015.
I get what.
It was advertised.
Yeah, keep going.
It was advertised as having up to $4,000 credit, which you can get, I didn't realize, on used EVs. So he bought it, and then all of a sudden the state says, well, we don't have a certificate from the dealer. He goes to the dealer, and the dealer said, well, okay, we'll do it. But then he found out the dealer was not registered to do it, and they are out of luck. So now it's costing him an extra $4,000.
Where's the advertisement that said they'd have
That's
the credit?
what he's supposed to send us. I think Kachina sent it to me. Kachina, did you send it to my? Yeah, hold on. Yes, he did. Yes, she did. Hold on. I'm looking at the ad.
I want to see it too.
Here's what the ad says. Victory Motors, blah, blah, blah. 2015 Tesla Model S P85D sold, and it says $4,000 tax credit available. And then it had the ad. So it definitely said $4,000 tax credit available.
They owe him $4,000.
I don't know how they get around it, man.
$4,000.
I don't know how they get around it. He goes to small claims court. I think he's going to get it.
Did we try to get that dealer on?
No,
who's we?
We is Kachina. Kachina. Talk to her.
Get them on. She's probably, the chances of her being in that room are 1 in 7,000. Now, Shannon, is she there?
What? I just said what?
Mimosas.
Oh, no, you didn't. Don't. Yup. She's in that bud room on the 3rd floor. Try to get that dealer on. I want to hear you try to get him on.
I want to hear her try to get him off.
Jesus.
I prefer not to.
Come on, Shannon.
That's dirty.
Hey, send me a copy of that warranty,
I have a
though.
question for you.
Or that advertisement, one of you.
One of my clients ordered some garage door panels from Horman Northwest Doors, and they won't release it to him because they will only release it to a contractor who does business with them. Are you, or do you do business with Horman Doors? Oh, you do? That's great. So here's the deal. My client has 3 panels that they will release to you if you will pick them up and install on his garage. Is that something that you could do? I'm
wondering if I'd want a burger.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, babe, do you see this estimate?
Asking you to do it for free.
It's just not appealing to me.
Okay, great. Okay, My name is Dr. Ken Manfred, and I'm with the Tom Martino Troubleshooter
Hey,
Show.
Tyler,
And
where
we
did
are
you
radio
buy
shows
the
for
Tesla from?
Businesses and customers iron out difficulties.
Do you have the
You would
name
have them.
and
Let's see
number
that.
of the
I'm going to do
person
that.
that you
I have a
dealt with?
hankering for that, but I don't want to push myself
You're not
on
the air,
you.
by the way. But if you haven't text me.
Who's there with
it'll be a
you?
good time to
Deputy Dog, Dimitri.
Hey, Mark,
Deputy
it's
D.
Dimitri. I'm here.
What's up, brother?
Hey, just, all the normal stuff. Just having a ton of fun over at Tom's house, waiting for the cat to come over.
Oh, yeah, where's your buddy? She hasn't been down.
Sleeping.
Man, this Tesla thing, that guy's got a problem.
Yeah, they need to come on and explain why they're not coughing up to $4,000.
So it was Jordan. So his name was.
Send me a copy of that. I want to see the advertisement.
Oh, I'll send it to you. Hold on. Damn it, I just trashed it. Hold on. I'm going to forward it to you. Okay, I sent it to your troubleshooter.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Mark? I know a number of financial planners, and they send out a newsletter on markets and on this and on that, and they're all identical. So that tells you that they subscribe to a service, and they put their logo at the top of it.
It's all this. Yeah, of course. Oh, my God. Yeah, this is about as crazy as it gets. It literally says it right there. Put this up for our YouTubers to see, man.
Okay.
So they can see this advertisement.
Tyler, what's your last name?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to come back to you in a couple more minutes to get that number from you, okay? Hold on.
I'm going to put that back up. Let me see where it is.
Kelly's working it, Mark.
Is she coming on? Or he?
She's coming along, but she's still working on the guy.
Good. Yeah, basically, please come on and explain why you're a liar. I like that.
A little harsh.
Yeah, wait till they're on. Man, that damn thing is clear as cake.
Where's my...
Don't ask.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Man, I'd be pissed if I was Tyler.
If you were Tom?
Yes.
Wouldn't you be pissed if you were me? I just can't believe this
Okay,
fucking...
Tyler, were you able to find that number?
Victory Motors.
I'm sending it to you.
What number does she need?
And what city did you purchase this in?
Okay, I'm going to put this up.
In Longmont. Okay.
Come on, goddamn you motherfucker.
All right. Hang on for me.
Jesus Christ. Sometimes Max just bug the shit out of me.
Caroline Levitt's an angel.
Mark's...
Say that again? What the hell's that mean?
Huh. Mark's what?
Never mind. Mark's a pain in the ass, but I like him.
Technically, you've been more of a pain in the ass lately.
Jordan,
So they've got a Model 3 listed right now, and it does not have that rebate on there.
We have a customer on the line right now, and we are very confused because you have spectacular reviews.
Oh my God.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. What's happening in your life? We want to know that because we're here to help. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to help you. And all you have to do is call. We have some pending problems right now, which are very, very important. We have one where a guy clearly bought a Tesla, advertised as having a $4,000 tax credit available. It was never available on this car through this dealer and never could have been because the dealer was not registered. I never knew this, but on used EVs, you can get an energy-saving tax credit, even though it's not new, if you qualify, income-based. But the dealer who sells it must be registered and qualified to sell it in order to file the date of sale. And without the filing of the date of sale, you get no tax credit. And it's only available through registered dealers. This dealer was not and is not registered, so Tyler is out $4,000. I mean, I'd be pissed if I was intending to get a $4,000 tax credit, and then they say, "Oh, too bad, so sad."
It's false advertising. I don't care what they say. I am looking at their advertisement, and it says $4,000 rebate, EV rebate, available.
And I'm going to put it up on YouTube for my morons to see. And even the morons will be able to see that, you know.
And right now, ironically, they have a 2018 Model 3 there. And right where the tax credit lingo on the one this poor guy bought, it's gone. So apparently it's definitely been brought to their attention. They're morons.
So why did they do it by mistake? And if so, are they going to do anything about it?
In fact, I thought that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tom. I take that back about them.
Well, actually, let's ask them. I mean, that's what I was under the impression. What did the dealer say they would do for you, Tyler? Hello? He got cut off. Did we lose you, bro? I have it up. Listen, I have it up on YouTube for my morons to see. It says Victory Motors, and then that's the website with the phone number, 2015 Tesla Model S. What is P85D? Is that the designation they used to have? Anyway. Well, it's going to be there because I just put it up. It's got to be there because I mean, Tyler, you were saying you went back to the dealer and you said, "Hey, I can't get my $4,000 credit." What did they say? Too bad? What did they actually say? Be honest, straight up. What did they say? Oh, yeah. So 720 is their number, 720 340 4292. They owe him $4,000 in my mind, 720 340 4292. Do you see him losing in small claims court? Yeah, she did. I heard her. Right, Kelly? What did the dealer say when you tried to get him on? Yeah. Did he? Well, okay. He says he's unavailable. Did he say when he might be available? Okay. So let's put Tyler. Tyler, you need to do a small claim. Mark, explain to him the procedure. Logistically, yeah. No, no. Wait a minute. Where is Victory? Where is this Victory located? Are they in Longmont? Mark, this actual one of Victory Motors of Colorado is in Longmont. Is it amazing how many bad dealers there are in Longmont? And then Weld County in general, but Longmont especially. Mark, really, you can attest to this. We get more complaints about Longmont dealerships than all of Denver. It's you can see this on YouTube. I'm going to take it down in a second here because I'm going to go on to another problem. But on YouTube, you can clearly see the ad. I'm getting comments from my YouTube morons, and they can clearly see it. Even the morons they are realize that this was a promise made, fraud in the inducement. So there you go. Anyway, Longmont is Boulder County, I'm told, not Weld County. All I'm saying is this: Weld County, Greeley, Longmont, the worst dealers in history. Longmont's number one, then Weld County, then Greeley. Greeley and Weld County overlap, obviously. And if Longmont is Boulder County, so be it. It's still a terrible place to buy cars. And I don't think we've ever found a good dealer in Longmont, ever. It's almost like there's this little closed boys club here. Like, let's go to Longmont and screw people. Austin, your 19-year-old son bought a car, and what really bothers me, 20 minutes after he picked it up. Are you exaggerating? So is he blaming? Wait a minute. He's blaming your son for blowing the engine. Well, let's talk about this. Wait a minute. It could be over revving. I don't know about this car. I know nothing about it. How many miles were on it? Yeah, but that doesn't mean it. But hold on. If he ran it up too quickly, it can break it. It can. I don't know how he was using it. I don't know, and you truly don't know. In fact, you don't even know how many miles were on it. That's critical. How many miles were on this car? Because the more miles on the car, the less culpable they are. So how many miles? How many miles, bro? Tell me.
I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't know. I think it was like 120. Not a lot for a VW.
Well, what? No, that's a ton. See, you're under the wrong impression. Those little engines are toast at about 90,000 miles. So I don't even know what you're saying when you say not a lot for a VW. It's an extraordinary amount for a VW. Extraordinary. You know, VWs are crap. I don't know if people got the telegram, but they're crap. They're good in the first few, in the first dozen miles. I mean, okay, let's say up to 40,000 miles. They're not made for longevity. So I don't know what you mean that 120,000 miles, not a lot for a VW. It's not a lot for a Toyota.
I had a Passat that went to 250.
What's that?
I had a VW Passat that went to 250.
Okay, let me ask you something about your VW Passat.
Hold
on.
Anyway.
When did you buy that Passat? Did you buy it new?
I did.
Okay, and you took care of it from new.
That was when I was 19, so 20-something years ago.
Austin, it was 20-something years ago. That was a whole different company. First of all, they were even owned by different people. True. Number two, you took care of it from new. You didn't inherit it with 110,000 miles on it or 120,000 miles on it. So to assume that because you bought a new one 20 years ago and took care of it, and your son buys one now with 120,000 miles on it, you want to know what people do with 2015 VW Golfs when they buy them? They run the living crap out of them. These little well, this is a German car, but these little German and Japanese cars, the kids that buy them run the living crap out of them. And the fact that he never, ever even had it checked out puts some culpability on his shoulders. I'm not saying he's allowed to be cheated. Of course he's not. Did they lie to him? Did they hide something? Did they cover it up? Austin, this is what we're going to be looking for. First, did they misrepresent the vehicle, and can you prove it? 2, did they cover anything up on the vehicle? 3, did they know? Did they know about it and somehow lie to him about it? I don't know. So your son, I would like to be talking to more than anyone. Is he available?
No, well, I'd have to get him. He's at work in Colorado.
I'd also like to know this. What year is that thing?
2015.
I wonder if Kevin would say that on a 15, you can tell how high it was revved. Did they just say that, or how do we know that's even valid?
It's in the computer, Mark.
That's
what I'm saying. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, yeah, it'll be in the computer.
Okay.
So what I want to know, and we're going to get it, so let me finish the story. This makes it even worse, is the fact that after it broke down, we call the dealership. They say, okay, have it towed in. Okay, I said, well, you're not going to tow it back in? I mean, we've had it for 20 minutes. They said, no, you're going to have to pay for it. So they get their tow guy. We pay for it. They towed it to the wrong dealership. Their tow person towed it to the wrong dealership, so we paid for that one tow. And then the next morning they say, oh, well, it's at the wrong dealership. You're going to have to pay for it to get it towed to the right dealership. So we
These guys, you know what? I don't care if the kid did rev it a little hard time. My God, 20 minutes, and now they make him pay for 2 tows? It's kind of crazy.
Well, Mark, I get it, but Mark,
20 minutes after.
Truly, though, if you have a Volkswagen that's been not taken care of, and you got 120,000 miles on it, and you take it out and you do over rev it, that could be a cause. I mean, we got to figure this out.
Let's ask Kevin or Jeff. Let's get Kevin or Jeff on to talk about this.
Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. For some reason, I'm getting a report from my morons that they can't hear anybody but me on there, and I'm showing everything normal. And again, don't make fun of me, Mark. I didn't touch a thing. 303-713-8255. Okay, so we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Renew Home Innovations, the most beautiful shower conversions at the best prices. And when I tell you that, I mean it. Sheet porcelain, no maintenance, beauty. They can do the whole shower, get rid of that shub, and then they can do the backsplashes in your bathroom. They can do wainscoting. They can do as much or as little as you want. It's the best system you're going to find. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. Okay.
Yep.
They are.
Well, I'm getting totally normal information, guys. I don't know what you're saying, but everyone else can hear me.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications.
Yes, man.
Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
My turn is to tell you about theartofgranite.com. I love talking about this because he's the only one that'll give you prices on the phone, whether it's granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, any countertop material, man-made or natural stone. Theartofgranite.com. Tear out and haul away is always free. Wholesale on materials, always the case. So you get charged for a small markup on fabrication and installation, and he's happy to give you a price on the phone right now, plus a free incentive, maybe the bathroom when you have the kitchen done, or a sink or edge treatment, premium edge treatment or backsplash. So call them now, get your price, get your premium, get your incentive. 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919. Real estate's one of the most popular topics on this show. We talk about it all the time. And one of our go-to experts, Brad O'Brien from O'Brien Legal Services. Finally, a real estate firm that understands real estate. They understand complicated financing, buying with a partner, fix and flipping. And if you're a landlord, they can help you navigate the choppy waters nowadays because the laws have changed dramatically. So if you're a landlord, you want to make up a bunch of new leases and protect yourself, he knows how to do it. OLSlaw.com. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388. That's 720-370-7388.
With Tom and Mark and talk about, Victory Motors because you're such a great company.
Oh, they're so great.
We've had a complaint, and unfortunately, when people call the Tom Martino Show, there's only one side of the story. There's never a second side of the story.
Well, the second side is pretty straightforward here.
Second side of the story.
Like the second side of Abbey Road.
If you could, Matt, could come on and just say what you have just said, I think that would help people and allay a lot of situations.
Golly. She is working that thing.
No. You're not on the sir. You are not on the air right now. I would never do that to you. I would never do that to you, sir. I would never do that. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't lie right to your face.
No, it's not like that at all. Let me speak about it this way. When somebody calls, it's one side of the story. We never get the second side of the story.
Their side is they false advertise.
Even though,
just say it.
there could be a situation where you have a wonderful company, which you do have, and we want to have you on in order to talk about that, Matt, as a general manager.
I don't know what he'd possibly say. I'd love if he came on.
Yeah.
Maybe someone broke into their website and put the $4,000 tax credit available on the advertisement. Maybe that's what I'm missing.
Must have done that.
Okay.
Damn Chinese hackers.
I thought it was Chinese checkers.
Yeah, yeah. Got it. Okay, what is your cell phone?
Then we're going to give that out.
I'm dying to know what what happened. The guy thought it was $4,000 less. I mean, how much easier can it get?
All right. Thank you, Matt. All right. Appreciate you.
Matt.
Bye.
Is he going to give him the $4,000?
Tyler?
Kelly doesn't know that you're talking to her.
I know.
So, Matt?
Does she know you're
Hold
talking
on, let's
to her
hear.
like, when you're in the room?
Motors is going to be calling you.
There we go.
If he does not, please call us back, and I will call him, and he has vowed to come on the show if that is not the case.
Tell her to keep Matt on.
Thank you.
Or tell her to keep him
All
on.
right. No problem.
No, he's hanging up so he can get a call from the guy.
Okay. Because I'm sure he doesn't have call waiting like everybody else in the world. So, does it sound like he's getting his $4,000, Kelly?
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino.
You know she's just barely here, right?
Well, yeah, for now.
Sometimes it's like looking at a fish. No offense. Here we go.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. We have a dilemma here.
Hey, real quick.
Yes, Mark.
I think Victory's going to write this guy a check for $4,000. I just have that idea.
Why is that?
Well, let's ask Kelly. Kelly, what did the owner say?
Kelly is currently busy with another caller and can't come to the phone right now.
Okay.
Kelly cannot come to the phone right now. But...
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm here. I put him on hold. Yes, I just spoke with the GM of Victory Motors, and he is, once again, I'm going to use this adjective, affable, and he is going to call Tyler and Sabrina and work it out.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, do you really believe? No, that's good, though. That's excellent, as a matter of fact.
I wouldn't. If who was the caller? What was his name?
Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler, if you're listening, I wouldn't take anything less than the $4,000, no matter what, because this is cut and dry, in my opinion, in small claims.
Yeah. Now, Mark, if they don't do it, what homophobe phone would you use for affable? See, I like to test Mark's diction. So, what homophone?
I would say. Go ahead.
No, what homophone would you use for affable if they don't come through?
I would say pleasant.
No, a homophone.
A homophone.
Yeah, no, wait. Mark's
an example of a homo. Hold on.
Looking it up. Mark is a Google expert.
Break versus break. Break versus break. I get it. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know what a homophone was.
No. But the homophone would be not affable, but laughable. Ding, ding.
Yes. Well, actually, no. No. You're wrong. No. You're 100% wrong, Thomas.
No, I'm not.
A homophone example would be Boulder versus Boulder, or Canyon versus Canyon, or site versus site.
But it just has to sound alike. But you're
But
right.
those don't sound alike. They rhyme. Oh my God! I can't believe
And
I'm
that can be a
arguing with your
homophone.
own bad example.
That can be a homophone.
So red and yellow are therefore a homophone.
But
in your
red
opinion.
red and red are homophones. You're right.
Of course.
303. Oh, wait. We got a comment from JR on this.
Or purple in car.
On Tesla. Go ahead, JR. What is your comment?
Just about, Mark, one thing you missed about the Tesla rebate for the used car was that the car itself has to meet the rebate criteria.
Yeah.
Also. So the one that you've seen on there didn't meet the criteria. That's why it's not offering the 4,000.
Oh, I see. You're saying the model. I wonder why a 2018 Model 3 wouldn't meet that, though.
It's going to go off of mileage, year,
got it,
and vehicle. So
what do you?
And then,
but listen, man, Rod, what do you think about this? If you guys actually advertised a vehicle that said $4,000 rebate, and someone bought it, and you guys messed up and never filed with the IRS to get the rebate money, or with the state, or whomever you need to file with, what would you guys do? Would you tell them to pound sand?
They owe the money.
Period.
Yeah. And then, Tom?
Yes.
I had sent you that text that whenever you post a picture, you lose communication with the caller and the office.
And I found out why.
Because
I found out why.
You were having a one-sided conversation.
Right. And the reason is when I posted a picture, it picked up the audio from the picture, which was none. So I have to just pick up the picture without the audio, and that's enough for that because
normally you put the picture up for about a minute and that's it.
Yeah,
but that one's
I
set
get
up
it.
for
Yeah.
quite a while, so we missed most of that conversation.
JR, while I have you on
Yes,
while I have you on the phone right now, you're the JR from the road, right?
Yes.
Okay. While I have you
And
on the
got my
phone,
2 videos this morning, right?
listen, man, you're a nut. And about this one thing, I don't think you're a nut about a lot of things because you call in with very intelligent comments, but you're a nut when it comes to these chemtrails. If you believe that the entire world of aviation, major airlines are going to sacrifice weight to bring on chemicals to their airplanes, and that they're all going to keep it a secret, every single AP, every single ramp rat, every single pilot, every single person involved in this conspiracy is going to hide this, and that these airlines are spreading chemicals for some government I don't know what the hell government conspiracy you got going, maybe to control the population, whatever. You're a nut, okay? You're a nut.
We've already had this conversation.
But you're a
It is
nut.
not.
JR, you don't
airplane.
truly believe, JR, do you truly believe that our national...
I want you to send those 2 videos I sent to you to Mark.
I'm
and
asking
ask
you a
him.
question. Do you truly believe that there is literally a
I do
scheme...
believe.
And you believe that the airlines are spreading chemical trails?
I think they are not passenger airplanes. I think they are government airplanes. Yes, I do.
So
Truly
you think that the
I mean,
government
I've sent you the
is
video
sending
this morning.
out, okay, the government is sending out airplanes daily or weekly or whenever, but they send them out and they're dispersing chemicals into the air.
Yes.
Yep.
Truly believe.
What are these chemicals for? What's the reason? And by the way, at least you're not crazy enough to think the airlines are in on it. So let's say the government has some special airplanes they're sending out to disperse chemicals. What are these chemicals for?
Well, some of them are cloud seeding, so they're getting moisture so that we get rain and snow. But I don't know what's completely enough. I mean, we've had this discussion. They have poisoned cities. They have poisoned Americans through our history.
For what reason?
Since the 1900s. Well, what was the for what reason? I don't know.
Okay.
I think Orville Wright
but
started
these
this
chemicals,
whole thing.
And don't you think there would be any environmental agencies, independent or otherwise, that could simply go up, and those condensation trails, which they are, if they were chemtrails, don't you think? They're condensation trails, but don't you think that any kind of person would have gone up, like a nut like you and all the nuts like you would get together and have somebody simply go up and air sample those so-called chemtrails?
I'm sure they have. Now,
in fact, you know what? I'm going to do it. No, wait a minute. How high are they? I might not be able to go that high. How high are those chemtrails?
No, not with your helicopter. I'm talking about these airplanes. When they take off and land, they are being tracked from the second they take off to they land, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you cannot track these airplanes that are laying down the chemtrail. I guarantee it.
Well,
are you a flat earther as well? Just out of curiosity.
See, he even hesitated. Now, come on,
check.
Man. He hesitated when you asked him if he's a flat earther, for God's sakes. Okay, time to put him on hold. He doesn't even deserve to be a YouTube moron. He doesn't believe. No, he doesn't believe that those women.
And we don't exactly set that bar that high.
Okay, listen. We got more coming up. Somebody's got a very important LLC question and more after this.
Thank you.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
I didn't hear.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Yeah, we're still looking at a pretty major delay up 25 southbound at 84th. The left 3 lanes block, 1 lane getting by a crash. That's got you backed up past 120th Avenue.
Well, Austin hung up just now on his own, so
Washington are here on that.
Move on to Red Rocks and Amfin.
State. It looks like northbound's tied up from the turnpike heading up with Curiosity. 270's been running pretty heavy. It's looking a little bit better right now out of Commerce City. I-70 west from 270 back to I-25 slow. Pena's a little heavy coming out of the airport from Tower to I-70. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
So the shocking truth about most solar companies is they're not solar companies. They're salespeople that go door to door. They know nothing about solar. In fact, once they sell the contract, they send it to somebody who installs solar. And in fact, you don't know who those people are, and they don't know you. And once they install it, they disappear, and they don't service it. And in fact, the manufacturer of the stuff on your house has their warranties, but there's no one to do that. It is an industry in shambles. RedRocksRS.com has changed it. If you deal with them, you deal with the people who sold it to you, the people who installed it, the people who know the suppliers, and the people who service your system. Isn't that enough? A one source for solar, including all of your special, they can get special grants from the government to pay for commercial systems if you qualify. So Red Rocks Roof and Solar, my choice for solar. 303-704-2449. 303-704-2449. I've partnered with American Financing, and they're experts over there, and they are experts. In fact, they are especially equipped to help you come up with a program to get rid of high-interest debt, and that is AmericanFinancing.net. They have the smart equity loan for your home, and you can qualify with a bank statement. They also have complete refis because sometimes your blended rate, when you take all of your debt, is lower than even that low house payment you think you have. So what you need to do is call the experts at American Financing and start your road to financial recovery and building wealth by getting rid of high-interest debt. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS.
Damn it.
Nice. What?
Never mind.
Just because you went really long on Red Rocks? What? Don't be upset.
I know.
I like your one shot on YouTube. You look like a floating severed head.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't like that? The framing. We're going to change that.
I didn't say. I said I do like it. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Okay.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Would you like to talk to Tom and Mark and the gang? Oh, I'll get her right back in here. She ran off to grab a water. Hang on. Somebody calling for Kelly. I wonder if that's the guy from the dealership.
Hello.
I think, Mark, we may have better luck with Kelly if we put a 5-gallon water tank next to her and replace her chair with a porta potty.
Maybe.
There's some sort of siphon effect that's going on with her where she takes a sip and then it immediately has to come out.
Tom Martino Show.
What one did you say?
Which is why I don't. That's why I don't
Matt.
drink at a urinal. I'm afraid that it will start some sort of siphon effect that I can't stop.
Absolutely.
I just said that to her.
The queue. Hold on for me.
We'll get right to you,
I
Matt.
said, you don't know what chemical
Apparently,
you
you got the Victory GM coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. He's on?
Yep.
So I'm going to put you on hold right now. We're in a break.
90
They'll come
seconds.
on and then probably immediately go to you.
90 seconds.
So in about 90 seconds, okay? So hang on for me. Okay. All right, Matt. Thank you so much.
Ooh.
Well, yeah, but
Who's coming on? Who's coming on?
GM from Victory Motors.
Who's in the studio?
Okay.
with Tom today?
You gave out their number and now they're getting blown up.
I mean,
Huh, that's weird.
it's not Dimitri.
Gee, I wonder
No
why.
way.
Take a look.
This just in. Oh, I got a breaking news sounder coming back.
What is it?
No, I'm kidding.
I see.
You know the news.
Yeah.
This just handed to me. Company getting blown up.
The wave
Film at 11.
The guy that takes everybody's money.
Boy, there's a phrase
Like
that's
mine.
just gone, isn't it, Tom? Film at 11.
Film at 11.
Story at 11.
No, film
No,
at 11.
film.
Film at 11. Wow, that is old.
You're too young for that?
I think so, sir.
Tom, you were probably part of the film at 11 era.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Oh no,
you're
I was
right.
on it. Yeah.
Dimitri's in.
You know what's
film at
funny?
11.
Because you guys would go out and shoot, and then it had to get processed.
But listen to this. Sometimes in the early days, we had to bus our film. Literally, we take the film out of the camera.
Oh, hang on.
0.
I'm Tom Martino. Listen, Mike, you're next, but I'm going to take Matt because Matt called in from Victory Motors. He's the general manager. And whenever a company wants to respond to something heard on the air, we give them priority. So, Mike, please hang on and I will get to you. Matt, the GM of Victory Motors, wants to talk about this Tesla situation where they sold a used Tesla and they were unable to file the necessary paperwork so Tyler could get his $4,000 credit as advertised. And that's because at the time, they were not registered to do it as a qualified dealer. Again, I'm not saying this was intentional or meant to deceive anyone. Maybe they misunderstood the program. I don't know. So we're just going to ask him. Matt, your turn.
Hey, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so yeah, and we've spoken with Tyler, we've spoken with Sabrina multiple times over the past several weeks trying to get them whatever information they need. And again, we're not tax accountants, so we continue to defer them to their tax accountant. So we have even reached out to our CPA, the lady that handles all of our taxes. We've done all the necessary research and tried giving them all the information. So
you're right. It did say there was an available $4,000 tax credit available, right? And the reason why we don't do time of sale rebates is because it's all income limited, right? So you have to be under a certain income that we don't know at the time of sale, right?
Oh, my God, that's
hold
fair.
on, Tyler.
I mean, the
in
guy,
this, hold on, Mark.
He
in this
he
particular
left
case,
that out.
in this particular case, there was no way a $4,000 credit would have been available to anyone because you were not qualified to process it. So that was false advertising, no matter how you slice it. The fact that you've given them information and told them, listen, I'm not saying you did this intentionally, but no matter what, that was a false statement. There was never a $4,000 rebate available on that particular car because you as a dealer were not qualified to file the sale report.
So we don't have to do a sale report. So what they have to do is it's a downloadable form that they can do. It's DR0617 that they are able to do. I verified this with our CPA that they're still available to get the $4,000 tax rebate. The thing that you're alluding to is going to be at the time of sale credit. So to be a registered EV dealer, what some dealerships do, which we do not, right? It was not advertised as a lower discounted price due to the $4,000 coming off the sale price, is because it's all income-based. We never know on a cash sale what type of income a customer makes. So if they make over, I believe it's $300,000, you're not eligible for the tax credit.
Matt,
so
what I'm
rather
asking
than
is
going
this.
down
What I'm
that
asking
rabbit
is
hole
this.
with the customers.
I'm asking a simple question. You're saying that Matt can still get a $4,000 tax credit.
Tyler,
I'm sorry.
Can still get
You're
a
Matt. Yeah,
$4,000 tax credit. Correct. If Tyler gives his CPA, and I think, again, I've spoken with Tyler, I've spoken with Sabrina, and so has the sales manager, Jordan, for, hours on end over the course of a couple of weeks. But again, we're not tax accountants, right? All we're able
listen,
to do
I
is
know
give
you're not a
them the
tax
information.
accountant,
We're also the ones
but you
preparing the
can't
tax
offer
credit.
a $4,000 credit if it's not available. But what you're saying is quite different. You're saying it is available, which is amazing to me because when I looked on the website, it said the only time this can be processed is if the dealer has pre-registered for the program and was approved. But you're telling us something different. You're saying that $4,000 credit is available to him. And the reason you advertise a $4,000 credit available is because it is available to some taxpayers, even though you as a dealer are not qualified to issue a time of sale certificate.
Correct. So the time of sale certificate, when we did become registered, what that allows some dealers to do is they can take it off and they can actually take that tax credit from the customers, right? So that time of sale will get credited back to the dealership. What I'm saying is that Tyler still is eligible. The $4,000 tax credit is still available. He just has to file the form DR0617.
Why doesn't he know this?
Again, we've tried explaining to them. We've given them all the information. On a quick Google search, you guys can verify it. The dealership, it even says very specifically nothing is required from the dealership.
Okay.
Just the form DR0617.
You know what?
So wait.
Let
Me ask a clarifying question. If I go buy a used Tesla or something that would qualify, whatever that is, from an individual, I can still file a 06107 and I'll get the $4,000 rebate on a used EV?
Don't know if you buy it personally. I can't speak with any.
Then what defines the dealer? What have to do to qualify?
Listen, I have to take
for
a break. I have to take a break. We'll come back. Listen, I think I understand what Matt's saying, and I might tend to agree with him. Hold on, though. Hang on. We'll come right back. We were way out of time. Thanks,
now,
Mark.
Impact.
This report.
Oh, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, we're still looking at a pretty major delay up north, I-25 southbound at 84th. The left 3 lanes block, 1 lane getting by a crash. That's got you backed up past 120th Avenue. Rock solid there.
All right, you become the banker because he's got a regen after you. You become the banker.
Looks like northbound's tied up from the turnpike heading up with.
That makes sense, Tom?
70's been running pretty heavy. It's looking a little bit better right now out of Commerce City. I-70 west from 270 back to I-25 slow.
Mark.
heavy coming out of the airport.
Yes, sir.
I-70?
I just didn't write his on the sheet.
Okay,
I
got
just
it.
wanted you to know what's going on.
Then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, if you're looking for a safe conservative investment, I can't help but tell you about this enough. BecomeTheBanker.org. That's the website. Joe Ciano and his team have been doing this program for 30 years, where you get a life insurance policy and overfund it on purpose. So you don't get a giant policy, just one to make it legal. Then you overfund it and it grows tax-free, the overfunding, the cash value. And you can use it tax-free to finance things through your life, like a car and stuff like that. And then you pay yourself interest, which grows it even more. Eventually, it becomes a retirement account. Honest to God, it works. BecomeTheBanker.org, 303-779-6600.
Thank you. Of course, Mark ran off and isn't there to do his live. Mark, are you back?
I'm here.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
Tom, look. Kelly, get JFR on. I just talked to him. I knew this guy was full of it. I don't think he even knows he's full of it. But
Dimitri said there is a way for the consumer to get one directly.
Well, JFR is literally dealing with this right now.
Okay, there's two different ones, though, I think. See, one is the time of sale where the dealer takes off the tax credit and gets reimbursed.
I get that part. That's not my understanding because of JFR, though, literally.
Okay, I mean, I
He'll
don't
be on.
Mark, I don't know one way or the other, but I'm just saying that Dimitri looked something up. I want to have him on too. Now we may have
Dimitri. What are you seeing?
Well, Mark, I'm reading a bunch of stuff on the IRS website, and give me just a couple more minutes
Would you
to
please?
read through it.
Yeah, just
it's not an easy one to follow.
Hey, Mark, did you already do your regen? I wasn't listening.
No, that's next. Oh, no. Do I need to do it now?
I remember when I asked earlier, is
Just shut up. Tell me when to do it.
40 seconds, you son.
What are we doing with Austin? What is Austin doing? Did we give it to anyone to work on?
Well, we were going to get Kevin on to talk about over-revving, but Austin's gone. And
did Austin hang up?
Talking to Matt.
Yeah.
Okay. We should have had his contact information,
Sorry.
but it's okay.
There's so many things we should have done.
Shut up.
What? I'm trying to help. I'm pointing out the obvious. 10 seconds, Mark. Here you go. Thanks for everything, Tom.
Sure. My pleasure.
Over 32, I dial it in, 32 pounds I've lost in about 16 weeks. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's cost me less than $300 a month with Denver Regen. Yeah, these are the new weight loss drugs, and let me tell you something great about the ones they do. I don't feel hungry, and the food noise is gone. Less than $300. DenverRegen.com. Call right now, DenverRegen.com.
That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
You're very welcome, Shannon. I try to stick to that exact 30.
Well, you always land the...
I know, it's weird. When it gets down to a tenth of a second on every single one, you got to say it's impressive.
Yeah.
She should learn how to talk first.
Yeah.
You remember that time I had to do that 34.7 second commercial and I nailed it?
Because you were making up for Tom going short on one?
Are you sure
That's
you
right.
talked to Rod? He's not answering.
Yeah, I just told him you'd be calling.
Oh, maybe he blocked her. I did that earlier today because she kept texting.
It should end in 6839. Is that what you're calling?
Yes.
Okay, try it again. Or just text them. Say, hey, we're trying to get you on air. And then Thomas.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Just pin this guy down, Matt, while we have him. If it turns out that he can't get it because you guys weren't registered, will you give him the $4,000? Just pin him down on that, and we're good.
Here we go.
What's trending now?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Mark, you wanted to clarify something with Matt. Again, you know, I think anything that happened with Matt at Victory Motors, I'm satisfied that it wasn't intentional or trying to deceive anyone. But the question is this.
I never thought it was intentional.
No. The question is this. Here's the central question. Is that $4,000 available to the consumer as advertised if they take certain steps, or must the dealer have been a certain registration for it to take effect? So what were you going to ask, Mark?
Well, here's all I really want to ask him right now while we do research, because Matt could very well be right. I can't find anything on that document, but I do know accountants, and I know Deal and Doug managers. I know all kinds of general managers of dealerships across the Front Range. So, Matt, it would just simply come down to this, in my opinion. If he can possibly do it, and he's got to figure it out with his accountant, I say it's all on him. But if it's impossible for him to do it because where he purchased it wasn't signed up for whatever at the time, are you willing to give him the $4,000?
Yeah, of course we're willing to help out however we can, and that's what we've explained to the customers, right? We've spent hours of our own resources.
I understand that, but I just want to ask one more time. If it's impossible, will you give him the $4,000?
If it turned out to be your fault.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
good.
good.
He said yes,
More
I'm good with it.
up.
Thank you, Matt.
Do you feel a burning, tingling?
Wait, what?
He must be convinced that.
All right.
I don't understand this fucking place. They just inundate me. They inundate me with all of this.
With what?
Oh, my health shit
She
this
wanted me to
week.
go
All the
bye-bye.
stuff I got to do.
All right.
What the hell is
8 million things, huh?
Program? It's virtual, allows you to connect through some app on my phone that I use while I'm in the hospital. An interactive app.
That sounds cool as shit.
Where they monitor you through your phone.
Tom Martino Show. Hey, Rod! Gotcha!
It's a 2-week
All right.
program post-surgery.
No problem.
God almighty, does this sound cool? I'm going to download that app. God, oh, God damn it, I'm speaking online. Holy crap. Fuck.
Yes, you are.
Someday. Massimo. The fuck is that, Massimo?
Hey, MR, I did a smoked prime rib. It's been about 3 months. I've done a bunch of them,
okay.
but my favorite recipe is meat church.
Can you email Mark that? Or text Mark that?
I would love that if that's Rod. Email or text me.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, that guy admitted he'd give him the $4,000. We can't ask for any more than that, man.
Is
That was good, Mark. That was great that Kelly got him on the air.
Kelly did very okay on that one.
Kelly did okay.
and what is Verdenberg?
Ooh, it's going to be somebody at JFR that knows the whole rebate thing in and out.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It says your provider referred us, refer you to. Let me turn my mic off.
Yeah. Just shoot him over a text, and I will call Jamie right now. All right. Thanks, Rod.
Holy Voodoo is delicious, Kangarat,
Perfect. Thank you.
coconut.
Okay.
Delicious. There's not really any of their rubs I don't like that are barbecue in nature. I love Meat Church. If I'm ever anywhere close to that neck of the woods in Texas, I might go out of my way just to go visit it. Hellcat brisket's easy, brother.
Tom Martino Show.
Huska Crew, I totally disagree with you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you have to 100% have to buy that vehicle from someone that's authorized to do the rebate.
Yeah,
If I sell you a Tesla, you sure as hell can't do it.
Hold on for me. All right, hold on for me.
Who is he emailing? Me or texting? Hey, Dimitri.
He's talking to you.
Oh, wait.
The boss.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you around 1 o'clock.
Who, are you talking to me?
Oh, Tom, I got to leave a little earlier if you're cool. Tesla called, said we could pick up the car today.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Why don't they just send it to you
they
automatically?
I almost canceled the order, D. I was so pissed.
Oh.
By just not getting it? For a couple
Well, here's
days?
what happened. We were going to get it. I think it was Friday. I'm almost sure it was Friday.
Mm-hmm.
They waited to an hour before to tell us the car wasn't even in the state yet.
Oops.
So then they set it to Monday. And then I called Saturday to see if maybe we got lucky and the car got here. And she goes, well, no, not only did it get here yet, but it doesn't look like you're going to be able to pick it up till Tuesday or Wednesday.
And you're going to cancel the order because of that, Mark?
Yes.
Wow.
It doesn't matter. They refund you instantly.
Or don't they just input your address and the car takes itself to you?
That's why don't they do that, D?
Exactly. Put like a heavy sack of cement in the front so the car thinks somebody's sitting there.
That would be a good argument if that's actually taking delivery.
Hey, did you say you're going to call me at 1, or was that for somebody else?
Yeah, right around 1 when I split to go grab that car with Suzanne.
Okay, I'll be here.
Where are you picking a car up, Mark?
It's in, let me look at the address. It's in Aurora.
Oh.
It's at, and Bo, you're coming over to the house this weekend, right? Am I
That'd be your
I
correct
think
about
so.
that?
I'm bringing my daughter over.
Yeah.
I think Sunday or Saturday. You got to figure it.
It is at, geez, where the hell is this?
Okay, well, feel for your hip bones.
It looks like it's about
That's why, the women are supposed to be like this shape.
the 11,000 block of East 33rd. God, there's nothing around it. It looks like an industrial area.
Are you taking it right home after you pick it up?
Well, Suzanne is. She's grabbing it.
I mean, many people wear pants that are too small for them because,
Tom Martino Show.
hanging over your belt, so they're not too small. But it's
Hi,
not-
Joe. I'm very well. How are you?
10 seconds, guys.
Your hips
Oh.
are
Win. That's win. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303 713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. And we do it. We've been doing it for 45 years, 50 years total. If you count outside of Denver, the longest running radio show continually on the air with the same host. So we enjoy this. I want to tell you that Frank Duran, the real estate man, will give you a market valuation of your home immediately, free of charge, with all factors considered, no obligation whatsoever, based on his 30 years of experience. Comps, neighborhood, interest rates, supply and demand, get an accurate appraisal. It's not an appraisal. I shouldn't call it that. An evaluation based on actual sales. 303-920-1622. All right, I want to continue here. We have a situation going on with Tyler. Now, Tyler bought a Tesla, and he bought it at a place called Victory Motors in Longmont. And there's a continuing question here. Does it qualify for the advertised $4,000 tax credit? There are credits available for used EVs if the car matches certain qualifications, and this Model S did. But when Tyler tried to get this $4,000 credit, he was told that that particular dealer did not qualify because it was not registered. Tyler,
Yes, sir.
We have since been told that you're able to apply for this as an individual, and it doesn't necessarily require that the dealer be signed up. Have you heard that?
I have not heard that.
Okay. D, what were you able to see at the IRS? But by the way, the dealer did tell us that if it was their fault and there is no way that that's available, they would make it right. But the dealer is telling us there's two kinds of discounts or credits. One is at the time of sale, they actually take it off the price of the car. And that's the one where the dealer has to be registered. They take it off the price of the car, and then the dealer is later reimbursed for it. But he said there's another credit directly to the consumers where the dealer does not have to be signed up as long as the car meets the qualifications.
And not only that, but Tyler has to meet certain maximum income.
And he does.
So you didn't overshoot the income, Tyler?
So let's assume Tyler is qualified and the car is qualified. Mm-hmm. The question is, Dimitri, can he directly apply for that without the dealer being registered?
I hate to put a John Fuller on you, but maybe. I've been reading the IRS documents related to this type of transaction, and they do very clearly state that in order to take a credit at the time of the sale, the dealer must be registered.
At the time of the sale. And that's what Matt was saying. They weren't they did not discount the car for a later reimbursement. That would have been at the time of the sale. But now we're talking about after the sale. Does that make a difference?
Tom, I wish I could be more helpful, but it's not easy. There are so many pages and so many PDFs with the IRS related to this. There is nothing that I've read so far that relates to the buyer's ability to claim a credit that requires the dealership to be registered.
Okay.
There are all kinds of qualifications for the car, including maximum miles on the odometer and that kind of stuff. But I haven't seen anything where the dealer has to be registered. However, Tyler, if you have conflicting information, I'd love to get a copy of it. So
I don't think Tyler does have. I don't think Tyler knows.
I don't even. I don't even. I'm totally hearing what you're saying, Dimitri, but I'm processing it a different way.
Okay.
I mean, then you might as well make the leap. You could buy it from Mexico. From an individual and still be able to do it.
Mark,
I mean, you're saying because it doesn't actually say that.
Mark, according to the IRS, if you buy a used EV that qualifies and you qualify, you get a tax credit. And
so even from an individual,
that's right.
You guys,
That's
you're
right.
totally wrong.
Tyler
Okay.
did say something
You're wrong.
during his very first
Mark,
phone call.
it's not that I'm wrong. It's that we're reading it, okay? So if we're reading the wrong stuff, then it's wrong. Not everything comes down
That's not
to being right and
he
wrong.
never read it.
Okay. Listen, what I'm saying is when people read stuff and try to interpret it, don't jump on their asses about being right and wrong. We are all searching for the truth, and we don't always get our dicks out. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Dimitri, continue, please.
Tyler, when you first called us, you said that you filed your taxes online and they got kicked back. Those were your words. Was there a reason that the IRS has denied your vehicle credit?
Yeah, so we tried to go through an accountant initially, and it kept getting kicked back because the VIN didn't match the documents that the government uses to ensure that there was a sale. So it wasn't matching the EV tax credit. Whatever a database they have for that kind of information, the VINs weren't matching up.
Is the mistaken VIN on your bill of sale, or is the mistaken VIN on your tax filing?
The VIN is correct on all paperwork.
Okay.
So then I went through TurboTax because TurboTax allows you to kind of force it. There's a checkbox that says, I verified that my VIN is correct.
Yeah.
I got my state Colorado refund through then, but then the IRS adjusted my federal.
Maybe we ask an accountant.
This may be
because I have no idea.
This may be an IRS problem because based on what Tyler just told us, the IRS is not denying his credit because the dealer wasn't registered. They're denying his credit because there's some kind of a discrepancy in the VIN number records.
So
does that sound right, Tyler?
From my understanding, it's that the VIN doesn't match any records because there was no records of it being sold as an EV.
There is a report that the dealer is required to file with an IRS to register the sale.
And hold on. Then that's the part where the dealer has to be registered then.
Well,
even if the consumer's going, you see, I'm confused. So as Mark said, can an individual sell this? Well, no, because they can never file that report.
In fact, it says so right on the IRS website. You have to purchase it from a dealer.
Okay, so that we know then. You have to purchase
registered dealer.
Okay, and that's the whole idea.
It just says from a dealer. It doesn't say from a registered.
Okay, a marijuana dealer?
No, we're clearly talking about an automobile dealer.
Hey, Matt, let me ask you something, Matt. I mean, you said that if you wanted to discount it at the time of sale, that's one program. Right.
The dealership would have, so the dealership at the time of sale for the discount. So if we were to have been registered for a time of sale discount, which we don't do for income purposes, right? Because it's not just
I don't care.
The dealership has to qualify. The consumer has to qualify as well. So again, everything that I've read, we've talked to our CPA, who was very familiar with it because she said a ton of her clients actually do file this form.
Can we talk
every
to your
single
CPA?
year.
Can we talk to? We're just trying to help out Tyler now. Can we talk to your CPA? You think?
I mean, I would be very surprised if I could get her on the phone right now. But again, everything that I'm seeing here,
we can get Eric
very,
on.
very clearly, if the dealership was not registered with this state for the point of sale transfer, you can still qualify for the Colorado EV tax credit. You will just claim it yourself when you file your state taxes.
You're looking at the IRS,
DR
and it's not an IRS program. It's a state program.
It's a state program, and as soon as Tyler and Sabrina buy their vehicles, right, our temp tags, when we sell a vehicle, the Colorado picks up that VIN number as a sold vehicle, so they should have record. I just don't think the form DR 0617 was filed properly with their income taxes to the state of Colorado.
Okay,
I think
hold
that's
on.
Where the mistake
Hold on. What's the
lies.
form?
DR 0617.
Okay, DR as in dog, DR as in, are you saying D?
Delta Roger.
Delta Roger, got it.
Delta Roger.
DR what?
0617.
Okay, thank you.
I'm pretty sure the rebate for $4,000, guys, is a federal rebate.
Okay, here's what I'm reading. On April 2025, Colorado's EV tax credit applies to the purchase of new EVs. The standard it was increased to $5,000. Currently, $6,000 rebates remain available for low-income residents who trade in older high-emission vehicles. Regarding the purchase of used EVs, Colorado does not offer a tax credit on such transactions. However, low-income residents may qualify for a $6,000 rebate when trading in an older high-emission vehicle when purchasing a used EV. Form DR 0617 is used to claim the innovative motor vehicle tax credit, which is typically associated with new vehicles. So if you're considering purchasing a used EV, this does not apply. For most accurate up to date.
No, what does apply though is a $4,000 federal rebate.
So
really, right here I'm reading
really
says
truly,
it has to be from a licensed dealer.
Right. So I think that you're mistaken about a Colorado EV credit. I'm looking on their website, and it doesn't talk about any kind of a credit on a used vehicle. It doesn't.
Yeah, this whole conversation has been around.
It does not offer a tax credit on used vehicles. It says right out in the open. If you go to the Colorado website, you can see it. So, and this DR 0617, they said is for innovative motor vehicle tax credit with new vehicle purchases only. So I don't know where you're getting your information, Matt, but I think you're off a bit. Now, I'm not saying we know it. We really are confused.
It's a federal EV tax credit, and I'm happy to send everybody the links to do so.
You just said less than 2 minutes ago it was a state credit.
I meant to say federal. I apologize. I'm trying to get you guys as much information as I possibly can.
Okay, so we're all clear. There is no Colorado EV credit. Okay, so is there a federal EV credit?
Federal EV tax credit.
All right.
And what is that form, Tom? What information do we have on that form?
Okay, on that form, when it comes to federal, I don't know. I just asked about the state and was brought to the state website. So the DR 0617, that's what we're talking about. I'll ask it again and find out. But here's what I want to know: is he able to get a tax credit or not? That's it. Is he able to? And
Let's get
Demetri has
Eric
been
on.
feverishly reading. Do you think our normal accountant will know this? Let's ask. Let's ask if Atlas CPAs, anybody over there knows that. And listen, okay, Mark, on the IRS website, DR 0617 is for qualifying new vehicles. There is nothing here about a used vehicle. Nothing. It's on new. Wait. Hold on. The credit is available only for new vehicles. Used vehicles or those previously titled or registered do not qualify. So this DR 0617 absolutely, positively is for no used vehicle at all. This is right off of their website. So I don't know what we do. I mean, this guy's getting different information from his own website. From his own accountant. And I don't know why. It's just not the right way. So it's a mystery. It's a mystery if this $4,000 credit was ever available, if it's available now to this guy or not. But I'm telling you, this guy went in thinking he was going to get a $4,000 credit, no matter what. Tyler, did you bother asking your own accountant?
All she was able to do was basically do what you guys just did, right? Just look up different forms and see if there was any way to get a different form. She couldn't find anything. Her only option was maybe if it gets rejected, do an appeal, and there's some appeal forms we can do.
Well, I don't. I'm seeing where there's very few. Demetri, that site that you're reading is specifically for used vehicles or new?
Well, actually, I haven't. Right, what you saw
break
me
when you get a chance,
reading
buddy.
was the actual law that defines what a dealer is, and it defines it in two separate for two separate purposes. The registered dealer is if you want them to take that credit at the time of the sale, but in Tyler's case, the dealer is also defined as just being a licensed dealer to sell cars.
Okay.
They don't need to be registered based on the law that I've read so far.
Now I found something else. This is, believe it or not, on another Colorado website. It says the federal used clean vehicle credit under the Inflation Reduction Act. You may be eligible for a federal tax credit up to $4,000 or 30% of a vehicle's purchase price when buying a qualifying used EV. Is that what you're looking at?
I got that same information.
The
but from
purchase
the
price
IRS
must
site.
be $25,000 or less.
Correct.
The model year has to be less than 2 years old. The purchase must be from a licensed dealer. The EV must have a battery capacity of at least 7 kilowatts. Income limits: $150,000 for a couple, $112,000 for heads of households, $75,000 for individuals. The vehicle must be used for personal use. So that's what I'm seeing about this vehicle of $4,000.
Tom, I'd like to correct something you said.
Yeah.
The vehicle must be at least 2 years earlier.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
At least 2 years,
Yeah.
right? 2 years old. Okay.
No. At least 2 years old. Right.
That's what it says. At least 2 years old. Okay.
Yeah.
I read it wrong. Okay. So here's the thing. Apparently, now, did he advertise a $4,000 or a $6,000? Four. Okay. So that's the $4,000 credit but that's federal. That's not state.
Yeah. Yeah. It didn't help that the dealer representative, unfortunately.
Wait, Colorado offers additional incentives as part of a vehicle exchange program, but that's when you trade in a high mileage, some kind of other car. This gets very complicated. In fact, I challenge any freaking accountants to even know it. So if you're considering an EV in Colorado, a used one, you may benefit from this tax credit of $4,000 federal, a state rebate up to $4,000 with this vehicle exchange program. To maximize your savings, make sure you learn about the programs before buying. Apparently, no one knew about this, not even the dealer, because Matt's all mixed up as well. We got to take a break. We got more coming up. This is the fucking show. No one knows it. No one knows anything.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually
God's
need a
honest
will.
truth. No one knows
How about
anything.
right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy.
Let's
Like
try to
while
get an
you're
accountant
lounging
on who
the
knows
couch
what the
easy.
fuck they're
Trust
talking
and
about.
Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
All right. So right now, when it comes to investing, do you want certainty and guarantees, or what do you want? As you get older, I think guarantees become more important. Joe Ciano says he's been running into people who certainly want some kind of a guarantee. So he offers that kind of a product. Joe.
That is right, Tom. In today's economic climate, I think people have to make a choice. Do they really want to have guarantees that they're not going to lose any money, or they want to have uncertainty? Our product that we have, and you know about the product that we have, is a guaranteed fixed equity indexed annuity. It's a beautiful product for today's economic climate, Tom. Right now, our annuity is giving a 15% bonus to transfer any investment account into this annuity with no penalty at all whatsoever. It's called a 1035 tax-free exchange. Most importantly, though, Tom, this annuity guarantees that the consumers are not going to lose their principal or their gains. And this is really what people want today. They don't want to lose money. They want to keep their money safe, but keep it growing. And that's exactly what this annuity will do. Now, it also gives the consumers, and you call it, You yourself call it a paycheck for life. It's a guaranteed lifetime income that consumers will not outlive. It would last as long as they will. And if for any reason they need long-term care, this annuity has a long-term care benefit as well as a death benefit to pass on the account value to their beneficiaries.
And to find out more, 303-779-6600, 779-6600, or mymoneymyway.com.
Denver Regen, check it out. I have lost 32 pounds in about 15, 16 weeks or 4 months, somewhere around there. And it is so simple because I don't think of food anymore. The food noise is gone. That's what's incredible about these new drugs. Here's the other deal. You don't feel hungry. Even after 24 hours, I got to remind myself to actually eat. That could actually be a drawback because you still need to eat. But here's the deal. Less than $300 a month with Denver Regen, you can live the same lifestyle. Lose that extra 10 or 15 pounds or that 30, 40, 50 pounds or that 100 pounds. Whatever you need to do, retrain the muscle memory in your head and stomach. Less than $300 a month. And just think all the money you'll save on potato chips. DenverRegen.com.
Dude, that is so true about forgetting to eat. My mother's on some of those shots. She didn't eat for 2 days because she forgot. She had to go fainted and had to go to the emergency room.
That's crazy, man.
Yep.
That's absolutely nuts. Usually I'll sit down and I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll eat. And then I don't feel full. The weird part is you don't feel full, like your stomach's so empty.
Yeah.
You feel like you just ate Thanksgiving dinner, but it's like 3 hours later. So you got to learn not to eat a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What are you saying, babe? Snap, crackle, pop.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
That poor guy. We do need to get an update on his number 2.
Saturday at noon or Sunday at 5.
Are you sure I didn't buy a ticket that you could just switch?
Well, I went and got onto the confirmation, and that's what it's showing. So I don't know. It says change flight, so I clicked her name, and just looking at options for going back later, and those are the prices they're giving. So
I think we should call them and see if they'll do better. Or why don't you call them and ask them? Just say, can we just change the one leg of this?
Did we do Joe?
Yep.
Thanks, Joe. Really appreciate you. Thanks, Joe. Really appreciate you.
these assholes never got back to me, but the guy said, he goes, there's a 2 o'clock available. We just
sorry about that.
Do you
I
want
was
to
out
early
for
or
a
just
second.
Get there before?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to drive in traffic, so that'd be great.
So what time do you want to leave?
I couldn't reach her. It just
So I
went
need
to
know, but
voicemail.
Do you want to handle the bus real quick?
No.
And then we can call Southwest in the car.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Thanks.
I
10
need to
seconds,
move that
guys.
trailer out.
Okay.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 3037.
Well, here I am.
8255.
Sorry.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Tommy.
All right, man. Thank you. 303-713-8255. And let me just get to Mike because he's been waiting a while. Mike, you have a question about selling on LLC. Is that what it is?
Yeah, and look, I own a landscape construction company for over 25 years. I'm looking to get out. I do about 2 to 2.4 million a year. I have a phenomenal reputation in my industry, and I just want to know if it's a buying market or a selling market for a big, equity firm to come in and purchase my company. I have a company that's
what actual what service do you provide?
It's construction, landscape, patios, driveways, landscape.
Okay.
Irrigation.
And you have an LLC. So when you asked about selling an LLC, you're actually asking about selling a business.
Correct.
Okay. So here's what's really important to know. Okay. What exactly do you have as far as assets of the LLC?
Almost 900,000 in equipment, building, skid steers, dump trucks, actual trucks. About 900,000 in tangible assets.
Are these prices sale prices that you hope to get, or fire sale prices?
Well, I do gross sales, over 2 million a year. So I want to know if it's a good time to sell my company.
Yes.
I mean, you guys
Yes.
sold companies, so I do want to know with the economy booming here in Denver, having an investment firm come in and purchase my company with a ton of growth. I only advertise south of 70. I haven't even touched the north market.
No, I understand. Yes is a good time to sell a company, but private equity looks for way more than you're doing right now. Okay. But that doesn't mean you can't be purchased by someone else. Or a smaller private equity company, but usually private equity companies buy things that are congruent with what they're already doing. So do you know of any companies that are doing what you're doing that have been purchased?
I don't know offhand, no, but I know that I do have a company's, I got to give them money. They'll put me out on the market. They'll do an evaluation of my company. Give me a price.
No, most of the companies that want money up front, they're full of crap, okay?
Correct.
Any good company worth its salt will sell for a selling commission, will work for a selling commission. So the fact that they want money, how much money up front do they want?
35.
$3,500, $35, $35,000. How much do they want?
35,000.
Forget them.
35,000.
Just forget them. Just absolutely throw their name in the sea. Do not use them. Wait. First of all, when I asked about your equipment and building and the price, I asked if it was realistic, and I meant that. Because they cut that to the quick. Like, how old is your equipment? Did you depreciate it properly? Or are you looking at replacement costs when you valued your stuff at $900,000?
That's market price if I were to sell it, let's say on Facebook. I'm not.
So you're going to take 80% of market when it comes to hard assets. Okay, this is just what you're going to get. So whether you like it or not, you're going to get about 80% on the dollar for that, and so you're looking at about $720,000, and then your receivables, are they from the same group of customers or new customers every year?
We have repeat clients, but mostly new through advertising and SEO on the internet.
Now, when you say you do $2 million a year, is that gross?
Gross sales.
Okay, gross sales don't mean much. How much do you net out of that? I'm not talking about your salary. I'm talking about after you take off any equipment depreciation and any other kind of expense like fuel and rent, if you have any, and all of that. What do you actually net out of that $2 million? I'm not talking about pure profit. I'm talking about a net after cost of sales and hard costs.
Probably around $300K.
Okay, so about $300K and about $720. You're going to probably, if you get $1 million, 1.7, to $2 million is the price that probably it would bring. Now, if you had a lot of promise and a lot of new stuff coming on board, it would be different. Now, I'm not the one to price this. I'm just giving you a basic.
Who would you advise me to go get a price from?
Okay, there are business
Take
now.
a break when you get a chance.
Did somebody chime in?
Yeah, take a break when you get a chance.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Dragon. No. I got to take a quick break, man. I will tell you who I think you should go to or where you should go for at least evaluation right after this. Did you have something to say? Why?
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan.
You want to go first on this one?
30 KHOW
Yes.
Denver.
Well, I'm doing both.
Perfect.
Now.
Oh, no, I'm not.
CMG?
No, I'm not.
This report is sponsored by
I'll go first.
Okay.
Cast.
Got it.
Into the high country US 6 east and westbound, closed through Golden between Colorado 119 and Colorado 58. Road construction until about the 26th, so watch out for alternate routes for folks heading west. Pretty calm drive on I-25 north and southbound through the Denver Metro. Heading far northeast, I-76 westbound, closed between exit 48 and Market Street due to an accident. That's through Weld County, with traffic on Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an upcoming episode with the former frontman from REO Speedwagon, Kevin Cronin, coming up on Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
FixMyHome.com. Book now. That's where you get the extreme clean for just $39 for new customers. You see, Fix It 24/7 wants to show you what they do and how good they are, so you'll call them. So they want customers that have never experienced the extreme clean to call to get their ACs ready for the heating season. They go through a just check and make sure it's 100% ready for the heating season ahead with a no breakdown guarantee. And the extreme clean, dirt and debris is the #1 killer of ACs, and they'll take that out of the equation. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
CMG Financial, I'm going to tell you a couple things. One, they're the bank. If you need a reverse mortgage and want to save money, if you just want a traditional mortgage and want to save money, if you want to do their all-in-one, which is a 30-year line of credit on your house that they can't take away, you want to call CMG.
No.
In fact, this is where the big guys, or the ones that advertise a lot, actually are one of the places they shop. Do you know most people that are mortgage brokers take your information, shop it around, mark it up. They mark it up. They take the money in the middle. Call these guys directly. Over $20 billion a month in lending. Ask whoever you're talking about how much they do. This is a bank. I want you to call John Clace. He will beat any rate out there. Call John. You ready? 303-882-6679. I don't care who you're talking to. You call these guys at CMG. 303-882-6679 or partnerinlending.com.
Yeah, artificial intelligence became exactly what I said what it's worth. Exactly.
What's that?
The price of his business is around $2 million. Dirt moving and landscaping.
Oh, I see what you're saying. With $1 million in assets.
Yeah. Well, the 900 is discounted automatically that he has, and then
what do you think? If you, this is a little outside, but if you bought a brand new Ferrari dealer, let's just say 500,000.
Yeah.
And you rear-ended somebody, but the damage to the Ferrari is, say, I don't know, 30, 40 grand. Nothing crazy for a $500,000 car. What do you think the D value from that would be?
50%.
That's insane, isn't it?
Yep. It would be fucking 50%.
We were talking about values of Tesla and how they dropped. I paid $110 for mine, and that damn thing's worth like $45.
I can't stand that when I do that. And I do it all the time.
Yeah, you hit that BMW. You said you dropped 50%, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I paid 112, and then it's now at 52 or 58, 50 something.
Yeah.
You know,
mine did worse than yours, but I expected it being an electric.
Now the other one is the G-Wagon was my most. That G-Wagon, I hardly lost anything. In fact,
most of the Hondas I've always done so well on. It's scary as shit.
Now the G-Wagon I actually sold for what I bought it, but I put money into the G-Wagon, so I lost that. I mean stuff that needed to be done. So, yeah.
My that GV80 we had, that Genesis, I love that. I bought that during COVID 2022. It was $80,000 and I just sold it for $50,000. So it actually did not bad. And I bought it overpriced because of COVID. I think I'm going to go ahead and block Top Secret.
Why?
Where's the permanent block? Permanent. Where is it? Permanent.
She making fun of you again, Mark?
Her and this Tim really gets in my crawl. Maybe what I can do. Oh, here's what I can do. Here's something new. I can literally, he will think people see him, but they really don't.
Mark, we don't have
That's
an
an
update for
interesting
Tyler.
thing.
I mean, we don't have any information. Everywhere we look, we see conflicting information. Everywhere.
I think it's going to have to be.
Well,
an
hold on.
accountant
Didn't you
or an
say
IRS
didn't you say JFR Cars knows about it?
Yeah, he said his woman was going to call me, but she's doing a deal right now. She's the owner of the company or something.
Oh, that would be good.
She's the one that has to jump through all the hoops.
10 seconds, guys.
3-761-6400.
Is Matt and Tyler still on?
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Yes, they're both still there.
All right, Mike. I've consulted my my library here of references over the years, and I will tell you that I'm right in there when it comes to the price of your company. You're going to be looking at 2 million to 2.2, 2 to 2.2, based on what you've told us. And as far as getting people to evaluate it, you will have, and by the way, I use both the earnings multiple, I use the hard asset evaluation, and the market comparison approach, and you're falling right in the $2 million range. Is that what you had in mind? Did you know it would be anywhere from 2.1 to 2.3?
I was thinking a little more just because I have the growth of, expanding north of 70.
Yeah, but they don't buy potential. They
south.
don't buy potential when they have to develop it. If the potential has been developed, then it becomes history and track record. But if you say, well, I got tremendous growth up north, but you haven't done it, they don't value it. That's just too much. They just don't do that.
I mean, I have 20 years under my belt, and I only concentrate south.
That's wonderful.
If I were to invest,
No,
let's
no,
say,
I'm
another
not.
2
Look
mil,
at you. Got a
that would
solid
be
company
another,
to sell.
4 million.
I'm telling you, you don't sell on territory you're not in. You just don't. You sell on what you've done. You don't sell on what you could be doing. That's just the fact of life. One of the places I want you to check some reputable companies. Companybroker.com. Companybroker.com. Another one, more in your price range, would be Raincatcher.com. And then this one might be right up your alley, that might see more potential than others, is intermountainbusinessbrokers.com.
Have you used any of these companies to sell your companies? that you've had in the past, or
no, I've done direct sales.
You?
The only companies I've sold in the past, I sold my phone company with a direct sale. The others I've developed and never sold. I mean, I just have them. So here's the deal.
How did Mark sell his?
Mark, your auto dealership, your auto service?
Yeah, my computer store was a direct sale, meaning I found the guy. But the Goodyear's, interestingly enough, I use my accountant, Mallory Smith, and he still does this. And he does different business brokering, and he kind of did the whole thing, man. He basically played the arbitrator, the mediator, and put together pretty much the paperwork.
Did he do the valuations, Mark?
It's all going to be... Yeah, he can definitely do the evaluations. I mean, that's what he does by trade, but he'd be worth you calling, honestly.
What was his name again?
His name is Mallory Smith, and it's called Smith and Lavelle, and they're in basically the tech center.
If you want someone...
Smith and Lavelle. They're on our Go to our referral list and type in Smith and Lavelle or Smith, or go to the accounting category. You'll see them.
And then someone...
Okay, and then I have one last question. If, let's say, I'm around 50 years old, how much money would I need to retire and never work again?
Okay.
Let's say that 2.5. Could I live the rest of my life on that?
That's a good question. Hang on for that. I'll come back to you. That's a question for me as far as I can put some numbers to it. How old are you? 50? Okay, I did it. We got
49, 50, yeah.
Okay, I want to ask
49.
I want to ask another question. How much do you need to live on? Well, if you want to live on the street, or do you want to live in a giant mansion? Your nut that you have to crack has a lot to do with what you want to live on. So what are you asking for in a monthly income? That's what we need to know. What would you consider a good monthly income?
Probably $170,000 a year, or not a year, a month. 12 to 13,000
a month. Okay. Let's say 50. Yeah. Let's say 12 to 15,000 a month. I'm going to have my. In fact, I have my investment. One of my main investment guys here with Wave 8 Wealth Management. Let's put some numbers to it. And when do you want to retire? Like now?
I have other irons in the fire, which I'd develop another company, but
okay,
yeah, I mean,
okay. So we'll talk about that. Hang on. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Don't forget that $39 special, fixmyhome.com. Book now for that deep clean of your AC.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Out west into the high country, US 6 east and westbound, closed through Golden between Colorado 119 and Colorado 58. Road construction until about the 26th, so watch out for alternate routes for folks heading west. Pretty calm drive on I-25 north and southbound through the Denver Metro. Heading far northeast, I-76 westbound, closed between exit 48 and Market Street due to an accident. That's through Weld County. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
All right. Recover Your Hair, I've been talking about, recoveryourhair.com. And a lot of people have had interesting questions like, is it the same hair transplant quality I can get in America? Absolutely yes. Is it done by a medical doctor? Absolutely yes. Do I get the procedure and a follow-up visit like here? Yes, you do. And basically that's it. Your hair starts growing the next day. So you book a trip for 3 or 4 days, a week if you want, and you'll still save money compared to the prices you pay in America. It's in Istanbul, Turkey, and you should find out more. recoveryourhair.com. Just go there or give them a call, 970-534-0676, and find out about this incredible tourist trip with hair transplant. 970-534-0676, recoveryourhair.com. You know, when we're talking about income and wealth and investing and all of that, the very first thing you need to do after an emergency fund is to get rid of high interest debt. And really, you need to do it. And so many people lately have been using credit cards and have accumulated high interest debt. So I've partnered with American Financing for the Smart Equity Loan. They can provide you a smart equity loan. Some of you can qualify on just a bank statement. American Financing experts are standing by to help you with no charge up front, no fees. They will give you their expertise. Maybe you want this smart equity loan, or maybe a complete refi because you have more debt or you want to pull out cash. Whatever it is, talk to them now. 303-695-7000. Start your way to financial freedom and building wealth by getting rid of that credit card debt. Then you can have breathing room and pay a little more if you want on that debt as you go on, but you have the choice and your credit will improve. 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net. It's a hard thing, but when people ask hard questions, you give them fucking hard answers.
Yeah.
Sometimes, hey, you know, just because you want it doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Okay. I know that.
So we still have this Matt guy on?
Yep, Matt and Tyler and Mike. They were just talking to Mike.
We're all set.
Mike's got more questions about retirement, but Tom was going to throw some numbers at him.
You got it. Thank you for calling.
I can't believe this guy has stayed on the line. Hey, Tom?
Yeah?
Do you still need Rod Greer?
If he has answers, I would love him.
What answers specifically?
Rebates for used EVs.
Rebates for used EVs.
Credit.
You got it.
Yeah.
All right, Rod. We are talking about rebates for used EVs.
Or credits, or whatever you want to call them.
Okay. All right. Hang on for me.
I can curse Bo for bringing these. You know, we have chicken on the way. 12-piece. And I hope you guys like it because it's only legs and thighs. Are wings considered dark or light? I love dark meat. Fuck white. Oh, yeah. Of course it is. Respect them when it comes to everything.
You need a water, Doc?
I like rare. She likes well done.
I'm going to go outside, Doc.
I like dark meat. She likes white meat. How many people?
10 seconds, guys.
And we'll take a look at old Hollywood. That and more from D.C. on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Man, we've had a lot of confusion when it comes to this car. He bought a used Tesla, and he feels he deserves some kind of tax credit from what he's reading. The question is, how do you get it? Everywhere we read, we're finding different information. First of all, it's about a $4,000 tax credit available on used EVs, but that's the only consistent thing we can find. Dimitri, is that true?
Yeah, and I think I'm developing a pretty good idea or a suspicion of what actually happened. Is Matt from Victory Motors still on the line?
Yeah.
Matt, are you there? Can you hear me?
I think he's there. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm still here.
Hey, Matt, so from
Yes,
what
sir,
I've
I am.
seen is the dealer, at the time of the sale, the dealer must report the sale to the IRS. And I believe that that's because when the consumer requests a credit from the IRS computer needs to be able to match that vehicle credit request to an actual sale to make sure it actually took place. So my question for you, Matt, is did you report this sale to the IRS? And if so, when did you report it? And did you report it successfully?
So no, we did not report it because we were not registered at the time of sale. I think what would be best case scenario moving forward is I could get Tyler involved or just in touch with our CPA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she's going to be the one that's most familiar with this. She's going to be the
No,
one
that
that
would
I
be good.
consulted when I said, hey, and then what that would do is, again, right, the last thing I want to do is leave the customer high and dry. And I think Tyler would even argue the fact
And
that
we're not getting that impression, Matt. And the reason we're continuing this is not to force you to do something because we know that you're going to voluntarily do something. But we just wanted to clarify for our listeners because we opened up a can of worms. So I'm going to bring up another dealer, Rod Greer. He's with JFR Cars here in Denver. He's on our referral list at referralist.com. Rod, what do you know about these used EVs and tax credits?
So you have to be a registered dealership to be able to allow the public to take advantage of that. That's first and foremost. Second of all, if the car fits the criteria, there is $4,000 from the federal that the person can take advantage of to buy a used EV.
All right, hold on. I want to come back.
You're
clearing things up, Rod. I want to come back to this right after this break on 630 KHOW. Criminal defense, DUI, or other.
Our callers, be patient.
Yeah.
And Victory didn't report.
But Tom will always get to you if you are on hold.
Kicked back, as the caller said.
Okay,
My
and
DoorDasher
you
showed
have an issue with the septic tank, correct?
Your order was dropped off. What? Damn, come on, bro.
All right. All right, you got it. Hold on for me.
Earlier today, a scare for some Delta Airlines passengers and crew members who were trying to leave on a
As the Delta Airlines Airbus A330 was pushing back from the gate in Orlando, heading to Atlanta, an engine caught fire. There were 282 passengers, 10 flight attendants, and 2 pilots on board. Passengers evacuated down the emergency slides to get away from the fire. Delta says the flight crew followed procedure by evacuating the plane, and a maintenance team will examine the aircraft. The fire was contained to the engine and was quickly out. Nobody was injured as passengers evacuated. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A new twist on the half marathon in Beijing this past weekend. 20 teams of robots competed in that race. They were all guided by navigators, but they ran the course right next to human runners. The winning robot completed the race in 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's just over 12 minutes per mile. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Since the moment you were born, I've made 1,000 wishes. Wishes for your future. In a world that's changing fast. For all of the things you may one day do. Do play and laugh. Do win and lose. Do learn from your mistakes. And challenge yourself to grow. Do not be afraid. Or make decisions based in fear. Do it all with confidence and with kindness and strength. You call your mom and ask her for advice. And always do your best to remember that no matter what you do in this life, what matters to me is that you keep growing. I love you always, Mom. Inspire kids to do at 4h.org.
Tributes are pouring in after the death of
Doing?
Francis today at the age of 88. A statement from
Dropping shit.
Bring all the food I need is for Francis may remember his call.
Plus, I'm gonna have candy anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Joyfully and full of hope. Governor Polis says Pope Francis has spoken up for the protection of our environment, our planet, and used his voice to speak in support of the basic humanity of LGBTQ people. The Denver Mayor's Office wants City Council support for a new equestrian complex at the National Western Center. A public-private partnership would build a new 4,500-seat equestrian center and horse stable at the center. The project would also include a hotel, workforce housing, and nearly 600 parking spaces. The city would finance the cost of construction over 35 years using revenue from a tax on hotels and car rentals. Representatives of the Mayor's Office and the National Western Center Authority will discuss the project with City Council members on Wednesday. That's the latest. I'm Shad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pill America.
With traffic on March 1.
They went up for check.
We travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pill America on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pill America.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000. Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. to 9 chances a day to win a grand. Thank you so much. On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
Gallery.
Time to stack your savings. Maverick wants you to get the most out of your Adventure Club offers, in-store deals, and third-party coupons. So our new checkout feature lets you combine them. Join the Adventure Club and head in today. Maverick, Adventure's first stop. If you're looking for quality service, products, and fun, crazy deals, think online services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Caroline's leadership and expertise in home services. Together with quality brands like Carrier, serving Castle Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Service at home, servants at heart. 25 years strong.
They're coming down the stairs.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah.
Let me call Drew up.
Jesus Christ.
I'll
what's
get him on
going
here.
We can't possibly have that many people. Instant messaging, holy shit.
$10 guys.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. The Troubleshooter Show. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Let's go right to the phones and figure out what the heck is going on. So I have Rod Gurr with me from JFR Cars. I asked him to weigh in on this situation where Tyler bought a Tesla and he thought he was going to get a $4,000 tax credit. But when he went to file it, they said, well, we don't have any record of the sale. Now this is all starting to make sense because the dealer was supposed to register the sale in order for the consumer to get a tax credit. Is that right, Rod Greer? You're acting as an independent expert here from JFR Cars. Is that right, Rod?
That's correct.
And in order for you,
they have to do that 5 days after.
So
they have up until 5 days to register that vehicle.
So when you sell a used EV, you report the sale for them to be able to get the tax credit.
Right.
And you, in order to report the sale,
and pay the.
In order to report the sale, I just need to know. You can't just report the sale. You have to be registered in order to report the sale.
That's correct.
And is registration a big deal?
It is. It's about a 30 to 60 day process to get the dealership registered. We're actually in that process right now. So yes.
When you get registered, can you go retroactive to report any sales?
Yes, you can. Up until, I don't know what the time would be, but so basically once you become that dealer who's registered, you have, I think you have 5 days to register that car. But I'm not sure how far back you have that would fall in line with the retro. So that's the part's a little murky.
Okay.
And this is a fairly new process.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
So if this guy had qualified as an individual and the car qualified, the reason it was rejected is because there was no record of the sale anywhere.
Exactly.
Okay, well, this all makes sense.
There's no industry that has that. Mm-hmm.
This makes sense. So Matt, who is the dealer, Victory Motors again, Matt, did your accountant make you aware of this, that you had to be registered in order to report the sale to the state for them to get or to report to the IRS?
No, she didn't. And
okay. It's sounding more and more.
So we are now registered, right?
Yeah. Did you find out if
registered? We are registered.
You are registered now, and that doesn't do Tyler much good. I think, Tyler, you saw this car advertised with a $4,000 rebate, and Matt and Victory Motors, they thought it was going to be available to an individual. They didn't realize that they had to report that sale, and in order to report it, they had to be registered. As a result, you may have lost this $4,000 tax credit. So that's where it stands right now. Again, I'm not saying anything intentionally was done to deceive anyone, but that's what it's looking like. And I think from the records that Deputy D looked at, with what we're talking to Rod Greer about, it's pretty clear to me that there is no tax credit available unless you bought it from a registered dealer, period. It's just not available. And Matt, I think your accountant is telling you wrong, that there's no way that Tyler's going to get a tax credit now unless in some way she can work this retroactively. So I would love
and that's
to.
the thing. So what we'll do is we'll reconvene with our CPA. We'll get Tyler in touch with him, because from what I'm reading on the internet, it is only for the time of sale. So I understand what JFR is saying as in regards to being a registered dealer. But from what she has said and from what I have found, and I'm happy to email it over. But once we're off the radio, what we'll do is we'll have a conversation with Tyler. I'll get him in touch with our CPA. And at the end of the day, we'll make sure that the customer is taken care of.
Good. Thank you, Matt. So, Matt, one thing is clear, that the sale must be reported. So I don't know where the confusion is, because it's pretty clear on the internet in every single source we've seen, in order for a consumer to get a rebate, the sale must be reported. That's for both new and used. It takes more than just for some reason, it takes more than just the consumer's paperwork to confirm the sale. And again, I don't know why, Rod. Rod, do you know why the consumer can't just show the bill of sale and all of that and suffice it? Why do they have to have double reporting?
Well, I think every dealership wasn't a part of the program, and that's the federal government's way to make sure everything is done correctly and following the rules that they allowed us to have. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense to me. And they can monitor it from once the process was done. So once the car was sold, they were able to process that immediately.
Okay.
And they have 5 days to get it done, and that was their way of figuring it out, I think.
Thank you, Rod Greer, JFR Cars, 303-520-6839, our expert in the car business. And Matt, we really appreciate you, by the way, from Victory Motors, staying on the line so long and facing the music. And again, I honest to God don't think anything was done intentionally to hurt anyone or to deceive anyone. It's just unfortunate. These programs are very difficult to understand. Tyler, you heard the dealer pledge their support to help you get through this and get the credit you deserve. So one way or another, that'll happen. And what I'd like you to do, Tyler, and it would be fair to Victory Motors, is for you to call us back and give us an update. Would you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Tyler, thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's a really good topic. We appreciate it. Mike, I already took Mike and gave him those companies. Unless he has any additional questions on selling his business, I don't think he should. I'm going to go to George right now. But if Mike does have a burning question, let me know. George, your turn. What do you need to know, George? What's happening?
Tom, I live over in Fort Lupton, and I had a fellow come over and pump my septic, and he pumped it, and he told me that the pump was bad, and he knew a fellow that was a handyman who would do a good job and stand by it and was reputable. And so I called this fellow, and he came over. He looked at it. He said, it's bad. You need a new pump.
First of all, George, right now, George, I need to interrupt you for a reason. Most septic systems do not have pumps. They simply have a drain into a tank.
Mine has a lift.
Okay, that's different.
I have a lift station in mine.
Okay, got it. Keep going.
So, okay. All right. Yeah, it's across from Appel Farms, by the way. The old house there.
That's right.
Anyway, so he came over. Yep, you know it. He came over and fixed it, and then he the next day, and he came in and he said, "I'm going to give you a shock statement." And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Well, parts have really gone up." And I said, "Okay." So he handed me a bill, and I guess I don't need to give you a number right now, Tom.
Yeah,
but
you do
he
need to
gave
give me
the
a number
bill,
right
and I
now.
looked
How
at
much was the
parts.
bill? I mean, that's the whole
Okay.
crux of the matter. How much was the bill?
$1,700.
Oh, that's not
And so he
outrageous.
said-
That's not outrageous at all. I would have expected that.
Tom, the parts were $326. He charged me $900. The normal labor rate here is $75 to $150, and he charged me $800 for 2 hours. I thought it was exorbitant. I'm not trying to get any money back from him. We've already had a meeting, and his response was, I needed the money. I said, why did you charge me so much? He said, I needed the money.
George.
And that's why I want people to know that there are people out there that do this.
George, I understand what you're saying. And again, in totality, $1,700 for replacing a pump in a lift station doesn't sound outrageous. Now, when you start pricing the eggs,
I agree,
and you price the oil and the butter to fry the eggs, and then you get charged $8.95 for a couple of for two sunny side up eggs at a restaurant, it sounds outrageous to me. Just like when you price the fabric and you go to buy a suit. Anytime you try to make sense of a price, I like to look at the totality. You looked at the price of the pump, first of all, and then you looked at the labor, which is legit. But
because
here's the deal.
He told me it had gone way up.
I want to know, but George, he could have charged you anything he wanted. I mean,
he could have, and he did.
It was your place to say, how much is this going to cost?
I agree with that, and that's what I'm trying to. That's my phone call.
Okay,
Tom, I'm not trying to get money back. I've already had a meeting with him, and there's a little more to this, but
like
I don't
what?
want to bore you with it. But
No, you're not boring me. You're not boring us at all. What is the rest of the story?
Okay. So when we sat down, he was angry that he had to come back over. He didn't have to, but he came back over and he said, well, I'm just going to rip everything out and lay it on the ground and you can start over. And I said, well, that wouldn't work very well because I need a septic tank. I need it to function. So I just think you're wrong in what you're doing. I didn't ask him for any money back, but I want people to know that this happened. And, this fellow's business has got a name that's incredible. And it's a bit of a joke. And it says, thank you and God bless on the bill.
Okay. So the moral of the story is ask how
the
much
money,
something.
Tom. That's
the moral of the story is ask how much something's going to cost before you have it done.
I think so. And Tom, I've built a lot of things in this state. I've never had anybody charge me triple what the product, the hourly rate was not really a problem with me.
Where are you coming up with the hourly rate?
$400 an hour.
Where are you coming up with the hourly rate?
2 hours and $800.
Where are you coming up with the hourly rate?
Tom, you're not listening to me.
Where did you come up with the hourly rate? You're not listening to me. Where did you come up with your hourly rate?
75 to 150. The 75 to 150, if you go online, that's what plumbers charge in Fort Lupton.
Hey, I got.
That's where I got the hourly rate.
Okay, so you went online to ask them how much it cost. Okay.
Yes, and that's where I got my hourly rate. But what I'm saying to you is,
how much did they say the hourly rate was in Fort Lupton?
Right, Tom. 75 to 150.
Got it. Okay.
If you look it up, that's what it says. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's okay. Tom, there's two pieces of this. One is to charge me almost triple the retail price for something, and then the exorbitant, I think, fee on the other end. And again, I'm not trying to get any money back.
I never accused you of that.
There's somebody out there like this.
Just so you know,
I didn't ask you to.
I went to a plumber's. I went to a guide for plumbing, and it's a guide for heating, plumbing, cooling, electric drains, and it is a cost factor analysis in Fort Lupton, Colorado. The cost for replacing a pump in a lift station averages $2,300, encompassing both parts and labor. However, the standard residential systems, the pump replacement alone, if you don't have to, if you're just buying the pump, is $500 to $1,300. So I'm looking at a guide here that says average is $2,300, and you were charged $1,700.
But Tom, if you go on, you can look at other things that say from a range. You picked off the high range.
This range,
when I go to
the
that
range
same
that
website,
I have here, look at, man, I don't know why you think you looking at the internet is more legit than me. I am looking at a surveyed site, and the range is from $850 to $3,500, with the average being around $2,300. You know, you don't always get to just look at parts and apply some arbitrary labor rate that you say plumbers charge, because they say that the price for an average plumber in your area is $150. So all I'm saying is this, you know, there's way more to it. Wait, you know what? To do an outlet in a house, the outlet you can buy for $2.50, and it takes you 45 minutes to change an outlet or less. If you do the math, it'll never come out to the $350 an electrician charges. But guess what? You're not going to get an electrician to do less, because they're responsible for what they do. I'm not arguing with you, man. I'd love for everybody in the world to get good prices.
You're yelling at me.
No, I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling at you. I am trying to get my point across that pricing, you're going to lose. If you don't check out pricing before you have something done, you're going to lose every time. If you're expecting price plus materials and labor plus materials, it doesn't happen, because there's a such thing in business called there's a such thing in business called overhead. And when he said he needed the money, he was probably correct. I'm not disagreeing with you.
He doesn't need the money, Tom. Tom, let me add something.
You are real. You know what?
Through the process,
you really have no concept of business whatsoever. You think you do, but you don't. That's what makes you even more dangerous.
Let me finish, please. Here,
we got to take a break, buddy.
As we sat down, I said the bill seems.
You know what that means? Most people know what that means. That means take a frickin' break.
The juicy, delicious chicken you know and love is now available at the King Supers and City Market butcher counters. Whether you're whipping up a quick meal for one or preparing a feast for the
price is the price. You don't want to pay the price. Don't let him do the job.
Take your pick from premium hand-selected chicken breasts, wings, and thighs. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or any way you crave it. Redbird Farms Chicken. Available fresh, frozen, and now at the butcher counter at King Supers and City Market.
As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
All right. Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. I hope you never need him. But if you do, you'll love that he does free initial consultations on any of the offenses you may be accused of. He also does flat rate pricing depending on what you need him for, so you'll never be nickeled and dimed. Don't shop when you're under pressure. Don't give money blindly to some attorney you've never heard of. I know Joe Lazara personally. I've known him for nearly 30 years. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com, or find him at referralist.com.
All right. Thanks for calling. Okay. Bye. Get out.
You know, people think they're going to get things. They take the labor and they add the part, and they have no clue of what fucking overhead means.
Or the education this guy had to have, and experience to diagnose correctly, and insurance.
That's right, Dimitri.
And going to pick up the parts. And by the way, going to pick up the correct parts the first time, right? I mean, all this stuff.
I know this guy thinks, oh, yeah.
Every month we get one or two calls like this.
Of course we do.
People back into their profitability from a service they contracted for, and they think they got ripped off.
Yeah.
Because they don't make $200 an hour.
And he was charged a contract price, not an hourly rate. He just gave him a
I know,
fixed number,
I know it.
which isn't an hour. I wish.
I mean,
I can't. I don't know why it's befuddling me, but I can't measure my waist.
do you want me to tell you how?
You said using my belt. I don't even know where the waist is. I swear, I don't know. No, I don't know where. What do they mean by the waist? Is the waist here?
It's where you're going to wear your pants. That's another way of looking at it. That's another way.
The hip bone?
I know.
High rise.
I told him I had to talk to Tom.
That's what
and
I
he
said.
called me on Friday. I said I would
Wherever
talk
you're
to
gonna wear
Tom
those
today
pants.
after
Yeah,
the
I'm
show.
gonna-
'Cause
I'm going to do it after the show.
I
I'm going
need
to
to
strip
ask
down
Tom's
and do it.
advice on what
So
to
you
do.
guys leave.
So I
I'm going to
will-
strip
I
down.
know
Make
Keep
sure
the
you
camera
get
on
my
for that.
clothes and my car drive away
I'll get back to him
before you start.
Hey, Kelly.
I'll honk. I'll
You still
honk
have
3
that
times
Marissa's
just so
number
you
from
know
last week. I
what's this guy.
I
That
left it on
chicken's
a
phenomenal.
call and I didn't. She said I didn't call her. She changed her number or something. I think she was kind of a nut, but I'll try to call her. Wow, you're a good record keeper. Yeah. Good job on getting Matt on the air from that victory. That was really good work. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, Marissa. I mean, Marissa's a nut.
God damn it, sometimes. But the outlet is the biggest glaring example. The outlet. So anyway, the outlet, $2.50, right?
Mhm.
Or maybe $1.49 sometimes. And it takes literally less than 40, what, a half hour?
About 10 minutes in my case. I just did about 30 of them for my friend.
Let's just say a half hour. So a half hour plus $2.50 plus $2. So what should that charge in his book? In his book, you should charge
$8.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did. It was actually 25 in about 2 hours, but she was getting quotes from electricians for $60 per.
Of course,
hole.
absolutely.
And I didn't view it as a ripoff. I just viewed it as an expensive service that I can do myself in a couple of hours. So Michelle just bought me a pizza.
Now, why were they replaced?
Oh, she bought a new condo, and they were like old and yellowed.
Where they pull out cords like this or like this, and they make them real loose.
Oh yeah, a bunch of them were cockeyed. So I bought.
Or not just that, but I mean the actual holes.
Oh yeah, the holes get wallowed out.
Where the plugs are loose when you put them in.
Yeah, so I replaced a lot of that kind of stuff. But it was only about 2.5 hours. I had a fun time doing it. I got zapped once, but survived.
10 seconds here, guys.
Saved her life.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Time and materials. That's not the way things are priced. They're not. People could not stay in business if they paid for time and materials. Let me give you an example. If a company's running 20 vans and they have insurance and all the stuff it takes to be in business, sure, a guy in a Volkswagen with a little toolbox could come and do it cheaper every single time. So my advice is find that guy in a Volkswagen with his little single toolbox and have him do it. Because if you have a company that has all of the licensing, all of the insurance, all of the vans, all of the stuff, all of the tracking, all of the taxes, everything they do right, you can't do time and materials. You absolutely cannot, because the time to keep those vans on the road and a person working, they're only about at any one time 60% occupancy, meaning that 60% of their assets are working toward income. It's impossible to have 100%. Even when they're busy, they can't run 100% because jobs take longer than they think, and there's travel time, and there's downtime. So when you consider what they have to make per hour, it's never going to be just the labor rate. There is something called fixed expenses and overhead, like it or not. When you don't take into consideration overhead of fixed expenses and the cost of sales and what it takes to run a business, then you're being unrealistic. And I'm telling you, then don't hire those people. Don't do it. Go out and get John Smith in a truck with a toolbox who will never see you again if anything goes wrong. And if they burn down your house, there won't be any liability insurance to help you. So here's the deal. You either face facts and pay what it costs to have a legit company do the job, or don't. But one thing is incumbent upon you. Ask first. Do not complain later. Ask first. Mike, welcome to the show, Mike. Now.
Yeah.
You have a question about retirement. And you want to know, are you
right? If I was looking to sell my company.
That's right. That's right. So, Pat, did you do some, I have Pat Jolliffe from Wave 8 Wealth Management. Pat, did you run numbers on that scenario? On how to get some income, what he would have to put away to have that immediate income? Because really, you know, numbers don't lie. It is what it is.
I did, but I had to make some assumptions, Tom, as well.
Okay, so let's tell you what assumptions.
So we'll just start with this, and I can change it. But I used a male. Maybe I heard you incorrectly. 50-year-old male.
Yeah.
At $15,000 a month.
12 to 15. 12.
I took the high side. Living to age 90, so that's mortality. And then inflation, I ran at 3.7%, which is probably a little high given the averages, but I like to stress it. And then initial deposit at a rate of return of 9.54 net.
Yes.
You need $3 million, and you won't run out of money.
He would need $3 million now.
Yep.
Okay.
That's $180,000 income that's growing. The cost of the ice cream cones going up by 3.7%.
So he took into consideration a really healthy inflation rate
Yep.
and a withdrawal rate of $15,000 a month, but you would have to have that much money going in.
And you've got to get a rate of return of 9.54%, which is, you know, it's not the most conservative portfolio in the world either. It's not the more.
What do you think an annuity would do on that? An immediate annuity?
I don't think that you'd get rates anywhere near that on an immediate annuity.
On an immediate annuity, it would be less than that.
Oh yeah,
they're much more conservative and of course less risky.
Right. Well, plus at that age, you're so much younger. They've got to extrapolate that over 40 years. And so
Yeah.
you're just not going to get the return.
So, Mike, is there a reason you want to retire so early?
Well, I have another business idea that I was going to invest into also, but I just wanted to have that put away for comfort, have that money coming in and pursue my other business.
Well, your business, after you sell it and pay any brokerage fees, you're going to have a little less than $2 million. So if you have any other investments you can put toward it, you can do that.
And I didn't calculate take into account any side income, anything else that you might be doing in a new venture. Certainly didn't take into account.
No, of
Social
course
Security
not.
That you might get in the future. So that's just it. It was
That's just raw numbers.
Exactly.
And then there's a really general rule on doubling your money. And that one goes, how can we explain it simply?
The rule of 72 is what you're talking about. So take the number 72, divide it by the rate of return you expect, and the result is the number of years it takes for your investment to double in value. So if you take 72 and you expect a 10% rate of return, divide 72 by 10, it's going to double in 7.2 years. That's the down and dirty on that.
Yeah. So I hope that answers your question, Mike. I'm not saying you can't make some income on that money, but it's probably not going to be enough to retire on the amount of money you want. And again,
I hear you, Tom. I appreciate it.
But I think that you could, with another venture, have a pretty good supplement coming in, if you chop that in half or have 7 or 8 grand coming in, you could last a long time, have a cushion, plus have your additional business venture you can fund a little. So, just mull it around. And you can always call us too for personal financial analyses of your situation for no charge, no obligation ever, of course. And you can contact us 303-771-HELP. That's Wave 8 Wealth Management. So we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303s. Now, I didn't take the 30 break. Is that right? Am I over again? Is that the story of my life?
Yes, you need to take 30.
Okay,
Yep.
I got to take this break right now.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Fairly calm driving throughout the Denver Metro for your Monday afternoon commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. Just out west through the Golden area, US 6 east and westbound roads closed between Colorado 119 and Colorado 93 for ongoing road construction. This until the 26th of this month. Watch out for detours. We are seeing heavy traffic on I-70 east and westbound as a result. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
I've got to catch a flight out, too.
Hey, discount bath. I love those words because discount doesn't usually go with bath. Usually second mortgage goes with bath and kitchens. But you know what? Seriously, Discount Bath is serious about making less profit but doing a great job. Whether it's your fix and flip, your rental, or your dream home, they do discount baths. And you could find that out very easily without ever having them come to your home. Just take your smartphone and videotape. Just go and make a vid of the hall room bath and what you want to do. Hey, I want to do a walk-in shower here. I want to do this. I want to move this sink. I want to do a double vanity. Or walk up to the Jack and Jill bath, or walk up to your master bath, or downstairs to the basement where it's roughed in. Then once you do the video of what you want, go to discountbath.com. They give you a link where you can upload it, and they give you a price. Discountbath.com. They're great people. You'll love the team, and they truly do mean discounts and high quality. Call them if you want to. You can talk to them at any time. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. FixMyHome.com right now. Get that practical refurbishment and the deep clean of your AC now. Go to FixMyHome.com. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Why? Because they'll do up to 2 hours of cleaning, and they take it apart to the extent they can and fix and clean every square inch of that thing. You know what else they do? They adjust it so it's working at peak efficiency and check all of your connections for leaks. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now, just $39 for new customers because they want to win you over and they know it will. Fixmyhome.com. Book now.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, hey, I'm on the air right now. I can call you right after the show. Cheers, you. Bye.
Yeah, I've got to get out, catch a flight. I'm wheels up at 6:10. So we're
going to meet with these guys right at 2.
Yeah, they're going to be here at 2. As a matter of fact, I should probably go up there.
Yeah.
Or so.
If you go upstairs and get ready at that kitchen table over there.
Okay.
incredible how fast this third hour goes. I don't care what you say, it goes faster.
At the average account at Schwab is $328,000.
The what now?
The average account at Schwab, 328.
Is that it?
It is? Wow.
I thought that was a lot.
It is.
That's their average. They report those numbers quarterly, and then they also break it down by like Gen X and Gen Z, millennials. They break down those numbers. It's very interesting to see that. I thought 328 was a
That's a big average. Yeah, that's a high number for an average. That surprises me.
And that's non-institutional, individual account holders.
Buffett's up 14.32% year to date.
Who is?
Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB.
Oh, I keep an eye on that every day. Look at this. Off quite a bit today. Love the BRKB stock.
He's got his annual meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. I've attended those a few times. It's like,
You have?
Yes. Like, they call it.
It's like a cult.
Well, it is kind of because he's got a lot of his.
How much is one share like?
It's like Woodstock from, investors.
It is like Woodstock. Yep.
What is it trading at right now? Because you've got your Berkshire B.
Yeah, those are 504 today. The
It's right around 500 in it.
The A's should be around 900,000 or so.
Did I bring that fucking thing upstairs?
BRKB is it's 504.23.
Well, that's not bad.
And the A shares are 756,000. Down 22,000 for the day.
10 seconds, guys.
Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-8255. Ben, it's been a busy day. I have Pat Jolliffe with me from Weekday Wealth Management. I'll bring him up now. If you have a call, get it in, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Pat, the word of the day is tariffs and volatility in the market. And I've said this to people before. If we bought a stock and it's good, it's still good.
Right.
Tariffs, some companies are not even affected by tariffs. I mean, the only real people affected by the real companies are the ones that import or export, right?
Right, but that still affects a lot of companies.
Oh, no, it affects a lot of companies, no doubt.
Yeah.
But when you have quality in a company, what I've tried to tell people, and I think you echo this, if you have quality, the quality will not go away and will bounce back.
Exactly. Just because
unless a company is so on the edge it goes out of business. If you took a flyer on a high-risk stock, a new issue, new public offering, that could happen where they just can't take it, or something like a restaurant and then COVID hits, right?
Right. No, but if you have an established blue chip style company, established company that's got good valuation, it was good quality when you bought it, just because something's going on in the broad market that's causing devaluation there, it just creates mistakes, and it creates opportunity for people with cash. And I say it creates mistakes because that's not fundamental. And it does not mean that all of a sudden the companies that you own, because of a broad market devaluation, have become a poor investment overnight.
The worst thing you can do is lock in those losses with a quick sale.
And really, I think the worst thing that you can do is knee-jerk react. And that's
right.
That's what creates the volatility, which then creates what Buffett refers to. It creates mistakes in the market, and that makes people money that are greedy when others are fearful. And now's the time to do that. You've got great buying opportunities that are going on.
So on some of the stuff we do for people are called exchange-traded funds, and they are groups of really good quality companies that you buy across. Those people don't buy and sell willy-nilly. And if you stay in that fund, the really good ones are actually buying right now.
Right. And a lot of those are, managed based upon algorithms. And so there's not an active manager that's being paid like you have with the mutual fund. And so it's based upon market cap of the company, whether it's included in the fund or not. But to your point, that's a good way that you can get in for not a lot of money and have really good diversification. You can buy by sector. You can diversify your portfolio extremely well.
Sure.
Mitigate that risk. And across the board, when you have this kind of devaluation going on, you see good buys and good share prices for everyone. So particularly if you have cash, you're in a position of strength right now.
Right. And if you don't have cash, don't create cash and cement losses and then look to make up the losses.
Right.
That's where losses are cemented, we call it. They're done. And now you're going to spend years and years sometimes trying to make that up. Whereas if you have your money in a quality company, you can make it up literally in 3 hours.
Right.
Right? Didn't we see that?
Absolutely my point.
Talk about that bounce back. I mean, you don't get a bounce back like that. Once you cement a loss, then go out and try to make up for the loss. It can take 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot of that bounce back come in just a few days through a period of time.
Right.
And it's easier for people to say, I'm too nervous, I want to get out of the market and stay there. The harder question, the impossible question is say, when do I get back in? Too late. You've got rebounds that you've missed.
That's right.
Everything
So
else.
they get out when they're losing, and then when things go up, they buy at a higher price.
It feels worse to lose than it feels good to win.
Right.
And that affects people emotionally, and they make poor decisions when that
Now,
happens.
over the long run, whether I know people like dissing the market, but over the long run, the market has always made money. Now, you've had tremendous periods of losses, but those losses were for people who panicked and sold. Here's the bottom line. If you have a quality portfolio, the losses can be made up in a day. Do you understand that? Because those same companies bounce back in a day. If you sell them and go to cash and then try to buy back in and make up losses, you can be out of the money, out of the profit picture for 5 years. So when people say, oh, it takes years and years to make up for losses, they're correct for those who cemented and sealed those losses. But if you ride the market wave, hint, hint, wave 8. If you ride the market wave, those quality companies will bounce back quickly. Now, when they bounce back, if you'd like to then look at other opportunities, that's the time to sell and to go to cash when you have not cemented in your losses. It's very practical, it's very wise, and it's very doable. Also, there are times when people, I don't know what it is, but they listen to these news reports. And Pat, I've listened to a lot of news reports that have nothing to do with reality because they're talking about the economy as if it's a picture, a portrait. Mm-hmm. And it's not. It's a it's a video. Mm-hmm. It's happening constantly.
Right.
So you can't get a snapshot and think you know it.
No, Friedman talked about that. Very well-known economist that said free market economy is so complex.
It's breathing, it's living.
And it's constantly moving, and there's not a brain on the planet that will ever completely comprehend it in one day. I mean, you just can't do it.
All right.
It's impossible.
So we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. Feel free, bro.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Fairly calm driving throughout the Denver metro for your Monday
I had
afternoon
that 2
commute.
o'clock because
I-25
my
north and
appointment was
southbound
4. I
Shanghai
was
Highway
thinking it was
speeds
2:30
south.
and it's not.
Just out
At the
west
2:30
through
I
the
was
Golden
thinking it was
area,
here, which
US
is
6
actually
east
2.
and westbound roads closed between Colorado 119 and Colorado
I like it
93
being at 2,
for
so
ongoing
we-
road
we can
construction.
both
This
get out of
until
here.
the 26th of this month. Watch out for detours. We are seeing heavy traffic on I-70 east and westbound as a result. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, the host of the Taking a Walk podcast, and join me for an upcoming episode with the former frontman from REO Speedwagon, Kevin Cronin, coming up on Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that will give you information before you hire him. No other attorneys do that. When you call John Fuller's office, they don't make you go through a call center or a committee and then hire them and then talk to the attorney. You get to talk to John Fuller right away. You can ask him about what he thinks your case is worth, what you should do next, what he would do, and what you should do. That's all without any obligation. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. If you decide to hire John, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you'll always have him available by cell phone. 303-597-4500. The Art of Granite. They do countertops, and they give prices on the phone. Why? Because tear out and haul away is always free. Also, they have free incentives that are always available, like free backsplash edge treatment, maybe a bathroom sink or a vanity when you do the kitchen. Whatever it is, call and find out the latest and the pricing. They're proud of their pricing. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Attention.
Doc, I'm going to leave you.
What?
I'm going to leave you. I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave pretty soon too.
Yeah, Wednesday, I'm gonna take my dog into the zoo. I'll be here Thursday if you're around.
Good, I will see you then. Thanks. You have a good weekend?
Yeah. My daughter drove up from Boulder and had Easter dinner with us, so that was fun.
Oh, nice. Hey, did you go with that lady's house on Friday? Or Thursday? You go with some crawl space?
There were so many goddamn spiders. Or actually, I had some really good extract.
So you got two kinds of content when you.
The sewer line was just, they did a good job, but it wasn't clamped right, so I clamped it for her, and I left. And I said, call it a show if you want.
Well, tomorrow
I was
I'm having,
dreading it. I didn't want to do it.
tomorrow I'm having my implant put in. My tooth broke off.
Oh, you have an implant?
So they have to dig out the root and then do a graft and then put the implant in.
Did they already put the post in?
No, I'll have it done tomorrow.
Oh, so you won't be here tomorrow?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm scheduled for Tuesday.
Oh, that's true. Hi, Kelly.
Hi. See you on Wednesday.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Region Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again. And now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Region Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com. The future of the NFL is getting ready right now. The 2025 NFL. Hello, welcome to the show. 303. Former Jets GM Joe Douglas, college football Hall of Famer LeVar Arrington, and Fox Sports lead college football reporter Jenna Tapp. Hi, this is Jay Glazer. LeVar Arrington here. Join us for Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio Thursday night at 8 Fox Sports Radio, and make it your next preset on the iHeartRadio app. Weekdays 2 to 4.
10 seconds, buddy.
Love tariffs because they're keeping that hog. Could we call her that? Maybe we shouldn't, but maybe we did. We're keeping her out of our country, I can tell you that.
President Trump, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, joins me Monday for an exclusive interview on the State of the Nation right here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here at 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Don't forget, Compass Insurance Group does a free insurance checkup, and that's really important, especially in your financial life, to make sure you're not paying too much for insurance or you're not underinsured. That could be disastrous. Some people are even overinsured. 303-996-9000. 303-996-9000. Somebody asked, Tom, why do you call your wealth management company Wave 8? Well, in surfing, there's a term for patience. Some surfers say if you go too soon on the wave, it's a disaster. If you go too late on the wave, the back end of the wave, it's disastrous. So you want to catch the right wave. And many times it's the 7th or 8th wave in the sequence, and they call it perfect. So we decided to call it Wave 8, meaning being patient and catching the right wave. So it became Wave 8 Wealth Management. That was the actual derivation of that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're toward the end of the show, but I wanted to mention that there are some cards right now offering it. If you play it right, it's going to be good for you. They offer 0% for balance transfers and new purchases for a period of time, and then it reverts to the old 27%. Don't let that scare you. Some of them have an annual fee. Don't let that scare you. If you can get into a credit card with 0% transfer and new purchases for a 30 to 60 or 90-day grace period, some have 90-day grace periods, you can pay an annual fee if it's not more than $200, and you can make that work for you by paying down principal to a ridiculous amount instead of making minimum monthly payments. It would be worth taking out of savings, transferring into zero, putting as much as you can down. Now, make sure, though, that you either get it paid off during that time or know that you're going to have high interest after that. So if you play it correctly, you might even be able to transfer to another zero balance. And you can actually play that game successfully if you are vigilant. All right. Thank you for being here. Don't forget, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466 for help, information, and referrals, and save all your problems for me.
You're clear, buddy.
See you, bud.